Please open the commission.
The Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Dr. McAvoy.
Commissioners, this hearing is about care and supports delivered to older people in their own homes. It's scheduled to run for 5 days this week. During this time, we propose to call more than 20 witnesses, some of whom will be called together, including in a panel format. We may invite the Royal Commission to make findings at the end of this hearing, and it's my intention to make a closing address on Friday afternoon. But first, it is important to provide some context. This morning I will outline some of the key features of the current arrangements under which some people can receive care and support in their home as they get older. In particular, I'll describe the main programs available for in-home support and care, explain how those programs can be accessed, describe at a relatively high level the available services and funding arrangements, and identify some issues relevant to the quality and safety of home care. I will also draw your attention to some of the issues we will explore over the course of the week. However, first I should make some observations regarding home care arising from the evidence already before the Royal Commission. The evidence indicates that most people want to remain in their own homes as they age, and this is consistent with common experience. In our last hearing, Mr Paul Vestige of the Combined Pensioners and Superannuants Association, the CPSA, told the Royal Commission that a CPSA survey conducted in 2015 indicated that 95% of people wanted to receive care in their own home. Professor John McCallum of National Seniors Australia gave evidence to a similar effect. People generally want to receive any care or support required in their homes and not in a residential facility. The Royal Commission also heard evidence in February about significant unmet demand for home care packages. You were told that demand for in-home care was growing at a faster rate than the demand for residential care. Ms Janet Anderson, the new Commissioner of the Australian Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, told you that one of the most important issues for regulation of the quality and safety of the aged care system over the next 20 years will be the increased demand for home services. In any consideration of aged care services provided in a person's home, it is necessary to acknowledge the significant contribution made by informal carers. These are partners, children, very often daughters, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, neighbours and friends, all caring and supporting older Australians. In 2015, you'll recall that Deloitte estimated that 1.9 billion hours were provided by informal carers. The replacement value for these services, as estimated by Deloitte, would be $60.3 billion. That is to say, approximately 3.8% of Australian GDP. Ms Sue Elderton of Carers Australia told you in February that aged care comprises a substantial portion of that $60.3 billion. Ms Elderton also predicted that we are approaching a tipping point where there are more people needing care than are available to provide informal care of this kind. There is evidence to suggest that responsibility for aged care is historically more likely to have fallen on women. This may also be thought to accord with common experience. Ms Justine Boland of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare told the Royal Commission at the February hearing that in the 64 to 74 age range, approximately 17.5% of all females are providing unpaid assistance to a person with a disability, age-related problem, or a health condition. The significant contribution of women to aged care in the home is also reflected in statistics relating to personal care workers. Ms Melissa Code from United Voice told you that the average care worker is a woman in her 50s. Over the last few weeks, the Royal Commission has held roundtables with a number of individuals to talk in a less formal setting about issues in the delivery of home care and dementia services. Commissioners, you have also held community forums in Bankstown and Wollongong in New South Wales, and Bendigo in Victoria to hear directly from members of the community about their concerns. Those forums have been enormously helpful to our preparations, and we thank those communities for their support and their willingness to contribute, even when the topics are so confronting and deeply personal. You've also undertaken site visits in a number of locations in New South Wales and Victoria, and you've met directly with workers, with families, and with those in receipt of care. We know you will continue to take opportunities to engage with the broader community over the course of this year. This will not be the only hearing dealing with care and supports delivered in the home. Later hearings will deal with particular challenges for groups in our community in this respect, including care for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and those living in rural and remote areas, as well as broader issues of funding and innovation. But before we can consider the future of aged care in the home and think about how that might and should look, we need to examine and understand how aged care services are currently being provided and delivered in the home. In this hearing, we intend to explore the perspective and experience of people in home care, including people seeking or receiving aged care services in their home or their family members, people who work as personal care workers in various places and circumstances, a home care provider, a witness offering valuable insights on home care from the perspective of people with culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds living and working in aged care, those with academic and policy perspectives, and also witnesses from the Commonwealth Department of Health. Through these witnesses, a range of issues relating to health care in the home will be canvassed. These issues will include accessibility, quality and safety, the interface between aged care in the home and other care, challenges in service provision, administration fees, dignity and respect, the regulatory framework as it applies to aged care in the home, and how some aspects of the aged care system are administered by the Commonwealth. We expect you'll hear evidence that highlights aspects of the quality of care provided by many home care providers. You will also hear evidence about lesser quality care and the resulting distress and trauma for recipients and their families. It is a full program, and we may seek your indulgence to extend sitting hours slightly if that becomes necessary. Before turning to the key features of the current arrangements for the delivery of home care, I should provide a quick update on the public submissions that have been received by the Royal Commission to date. We've now received 1,704 public submissions. We invite others to come forward. This can be done through the Royal Commission's website, by letter or by telephone. All of the relevant details are on the Royal Commission's website. Submissions can be made anonymously should people wish to do so. We have received voluntary submissions from 99 of the top 100 approved providers and have taken steps to obtain information from the remaining provider in that group. Submissions continue to be received from the smaller providers. Can I turn now, Commissioners, to the main programs for in-home care? Commonwealth-funded home care is mainly comprised of two mainstream programs. The Commonwealth Home Support Program, often referred to as CHSP, and home care packages, often referred to as HCP. There are also two veterans programs which we'll cover in later hearings. The Commonwealth Home Support Program is an entry-level program intended to provide ongoing or short-term care and support services such as help with housework, personal care, meals and food preparation, transport, shopping, allied health, social support and planned respite. As the first tier in the continuum of aged care services, the CHSP is designed to help people stay in their homes as long as they can and wish to do so, maximising independence and social connectedness and enhancing well-being and quality of life. Home support is largely based on the Home and Community Care Program, which dates back to the mid-1980s. Its operation had been, to some extent, governed by the Home and Community Care Act 1985 of the Commonwealth. The CHSP commenced in July 2015 and combined 4 former community aged care programs, which included the Home and Community Care Program, often referred to as the HACC, which had previously been managed by state and territory governments, and a number of other programs providing respite for carers, day therapy services, and assistance for older homeless people managed by the Commonwealth. HACC services in Victoria and Western Australia joined the program later than other jurisdictions. Victoria in July 2016 and Western Australia in July 2018. In 2017-18, the CHSP provided support to 783,043 people. In Western Australia, an additional 75,116 people received services through the jointly funded Home and Community Care Program, of whom 64,491 were aged 65 years and over, or 50 years and over in the case of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. That means a total of 847,534 older people were supported by CHSP in 2017-18. Approximately 43% of those receiving CHSP services are aged over 85 years, and approximately 20% are from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. In the 2017-2018 year, this program was funded by more than $2 billion. The CHSP is a grants program administered under the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act 2013 of the Commonwealth. Its operation is guided by a program manual, grants guidelines and a standard suite of Commonwealth contractual arrangements. The Royal Commission will hear evidence this week about the monitoring of the CHSP. If I can turn to Commonwealth home care packages. These packages are the second tier in the aged care continuum, positioned between the CHSP and residential aged care. HCPs are designed to meet more complex care needs at home and to assist people who would be otherwise eligible for residential aged care to remain living in the community. Home care developed in the 1990s as an alternative to residential care. Delivering many similar services to home support, the program allows for a package of care to be tailored to the person receiving care. There are now 4 levels of packages which can include personal care, support services, and nursing and allied health clinical services. This program is more comprehensive and tailored than the CHSP. At 30 June 2018, 91,847 people had services provided under a home care package. That is, about 10% of the number of people accessing services under the CHSP. In 2011, the Productivity Commission recommended reforms to replace the discrete packages of aged care that then existed across residential and community aged care with a flexible and integrated system of care entitlements to be known as the aged care system. In partial response in 2013, the Commonwealth Government moved from what was essentially a 3-level care program comprising the Community Aged Care Package, often referred to as the CACP, which is for needs equivalent to New Level 2, and Extended Aged Care at Home, often referred to as EACH, which is for needs equivalent to current Level 4. Each included a second component which provided a supplement for living with dementia or cognition challenges. That was known as EACH-D and was also for needs equivalent to current Level 4. At the same time, the government introduced a new philosophy of care referred to as consumer-directed care. In 2015, the government announced that from July 2018, the CHSP and home care packages would be combined to create a single program offering care and support in the home. That did not occur, and implementation of a combined program has been deferred until at least 2020. From 27 February 2017, all packages have been assigned to the person receiving care, enabling that person to select their own provider and change providers if they choose to do so. People with a package receive a budget and are enabled to make decisions on how package funding can be expended. Commissioners, you heard evidence in February about some problems with home care packages. Just to recap some of that evidence briefly, a number of witnesses, including Mr Yates of Commonwealth of Australia, thinks that there is an absence of quality information to help guide decisions on how package fundings can be expended. Dr Bartoni of the AMA told you that too many Australians are waiting for a package. Even if more packages were assigned tomorrow, there may not be enough providers to meet demand. Craig Gear from OPAN told you that OPAN receives 230 to 240 calls a week. Callers are telling OPAN that wait times are just too long, or the level of support that they're getting is not meeting their needs. OPAN says that is equating to 18 to 24 months waiting time. Claire Little of Uniting Care Australia told you that HCP funds available to people in remote communities are often consumed by transport due to the distance, leaving less funds for direct service provision. Marie McCabe of Dementia Australia told you that people often get an inappropriate assessment from HCP, which leads to their care being compromised, resulting in premature entry into residential care and increased presentations to hospitals. Sue Elderton of Carers Australia told you of complaints about fees and charges. Nick Merciades of Catholic Aged Care told you that the policy which allows consumers to spend their HCP budget has led to the practical problem of thousands of taxpayer dollars being left in the custody of service providers not being spent. Questions were also raised about access to respite care to support the work of unpaid carers. Commissioners, let me turn to access issues in relation to CHSP and HCP. Access to the CHSP requires assessment by a regional assessment service, which is generally arranged through My Aged Care. The assessment is usually undertaken on a face-to-face basis. The regional assessment service uses a national screening and assessment form to determine a person's care needs. The process of assessment involves developing a My Aged Care support plan and referral to a list of service providers. There are almost 1,500 providers across Australia. The target population for the CHSP is people aged 65 years and older, or 50 years and older for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and people aged 50 years and older, or 45 years and older for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people who are prematurely aged, on a low income and homeless or at risk of homelessness. The CHSP is not means tested, but some financial contribution from that person being supported may be required. Turning to access to home care packages, this access requires assessment by an aged care assessment team, sometimes called an ACAT, known in Victoria as an Aged Care Assessment Service, or an ACAS. That assessment is typically organised through My Aged Care. You've already heard evidence about concerns with My Aged Care. The Royal Commission has also heard complaints about My Aged Care through public submissions, roundtables and community forums. These complaints focus on issues about the fitness for purpose of aspects of My Aged Care, such as its centralised allocation system and remote management, relying largely on digital platforms. ACAT assessors are funded by the Commonwealth, but coordinated by the individual states and territories. The assessment aims to determine what level of care is required against the 4 levels currently available, and to determine what priority they should be given, medium or high. Level 1 being for people with lower level care needs, through to level 4, which supports people with high care needs. Individuals approved for a package are placed on a national queue until a package becomes available and is assigned to them. The number of packages offered at each of the 4 levels is capped by the government. Services are currently delivered by almost 900 approved providers who are approved under the Aged Care Act. In the 2017-2018 financial year, a participant would receive $8,271 for a Level 1 package, $15,045 for a Level 2 package, $33,076 for a Level 3 package, and $50,286 for a Level 4 package. Fees and charges can be payable by those receiving a home care package, including a basic daily fee, and these can increase the total package funding available. Unlike the CHSP, an income test determines the care fee that can apply. In addition to the cap on the number of places, the proportion of packages by level is also set. As at June 2018, 5% of all packages were at Level 1, 56% were at Level 2, 14% at Level 3, and 25% at Level 4. Around 175 packages are released a week. While there were 91,847 people accessing packages at 30 June 2018, the Royal Commission will hear that as at 28 February 2019, there were 128,495 people who were not receiving any home care packages or the package level of care they had been approved for. The average waiting time for Level 4 care in 2017-18 financial year was 22 months. Data released last week suggests that the number of people accessing packages fell between June and September 2018. There were 1,201 fewer people accessing packages at 30 September 2018. The aim of the National Prioritisation Queue is that there be a consistent national approach to prioritisation of access to services. The Commonwealth's Guide to Priority for Home Care Services indicates that medium priority should apply to the majority of clients approved for home care, and that high priority should only apply to a small number of clients, for example, when they have a carer at risk or at crisis point. Current Department of Health data suggests that a person will be waiting 12 plus months for a Level 2, 3 or 4 package. It is not clear what 12 plus months means. The Royal Commission has received public submissions that suggest 12 plus months might mean up to 24 months. Commissioners, you'll recall the evidence in February from Ms Warriner, whose husband waited approximately 15 months to be offered a Level 2 package, which was less than the Level 3 package he'd been approved for. At the time Ms Warriner gave evidence, despite being told in 2017 that the wait would be about 3 months, her husband was still waiting to receive the level of care he was assessed as needing. The Department of Health, through My Aged Care, did not communicate with Ms Warriner that this time frame would not be met. The data suggests that this experience is not uncommon. As at 30 June 2018, there were 1,465 people waiting for a Level 1 package. There were 33,265 people waiting for a Level 2 package. There were 41,937 people waiting for a Level 3 package. And there were 50,065 people waiting for a Level 4 package. To put that in perspective, there are more than twice as many people waiting for a Level 4 package than are actually receiving one. This issue was identified by Mr Choon, AO PSM, in his 2017 legislated review of aged care. Mr Choon made a number of recommendations associated with addressing the disproportionate wait times and demand, especially increasing access to high-level home care packages. Since the announcement of this Royal Commission, and since the publication of those figures, the Commonwealth Government has announced an additional 20,000 HCPs. On 17 December 2018, the Minister for Health, the Honourable Greg Hunt MP, announced the release of 5,000 Level 3 packages and 5,000 level 4 packages, which were to be rolled out in early January 2019. On 10 February 2019, the government, that is the Prime Minister, Minister Hunt and the Minister for Aged Care, the Honourable Ken Wyatt AMMP, announced a further $282.4 million, described as funding a further 10,000 packages across all 4 levels of HCP. At the February hearing of the Royal Commission, Mr Ian Yates of Commonwealth of Australia suggested that approximately 30,000 high-level HCP places are required if home care packages are to be allocated in 3 months or less, and that such an increase would cost several $1 billion. A proposition that the Secretary for the Department of Health accepted as being in the ballpark in her evidence to the Royal Commission. That may be a conservative estimate, given at 30 June 2018, 92,002 people were waiting for a level 3 or 4 package. I should note that in his written submission after the February hearing, Mr Yates clarified that his view is that 30,000 additional high-level home care packages will not clear the current queues, and has suggested that the more critical issue is that people should not have to wait more than 3 months for a package. He directed our attention to his oral evidence, where he said that the experts don't know how many packages you have to put into the system to meet that 3 months target. At the same hearing, Professor John McCallum from National Seniors Australia referred to a study which showed that home care can reduce the risk of preventable death and preventable hospital admission. That study shows that if you spend 6 months waiting for an HCP, you are 10 times more likely to go into residential care. While many people are able to access interim funding either via the CHSP or by the offer of a low level of HCP, that support will often need to be supplemented by private funds or by family members, or both. During this week, you'll hear direct evidence about the impact of wait times. Mr Toon recommended that a level 5 package be introduced to allow people with higher care needs to stay at home longer. It is a recommendation which was repeated by Craig Gear of OPAN last month. This recommendation has not been implemented. However, even if higher level packages are introduced or more packages are released, the question remains whether there are sufficient providers and staff to meet the demand. Ms Patricia Sparrow from Aged and Community Care Services Australia gave evidence that her members have the capacity to take on more HCPs, but that there is currently no funding. Dr Bartoni of the AMA was concerned providers would not be able to meet increased demand. The Royal Commission may wish to consider the capacity of providers in due course. Commissioners, that may be a convenient time to move on to services and funding. As at 30 June 2018, in-home care services were provided by 1,456 CHSP funded organisations and 873 approved providers of home care. These providers are spread around Australia. For example, there are 29 in the Australian Capital Territory and 783 in New South Wales. The number of providers increased by 17% between 30 September 2017 and 30 September 2018. Let me deal with the mechanism for approval to be a home care provider. Division 8 of the Aged Care Act sets out the approval process for a home care provider applicant. In summary, to be approved as a provider, an organisation must be incorporated and be able to demonstrate it is suitable to provide aged care services. The Department is required to consider the following matters in relation to each applicant: experience in providing aged care or other relevant forms of care, demonstrated understanding of its responsibilities as a provider, the systems the applicant has or proposes to have in place to meet its responsibilities as a provider, a record of financial management and the methods that the applicant uses or proposes to use in order to ensure sound financial management. Where applicable, previous conduct as a provider, and any other matters specified in the approved provider principles. The same requirements do not apply to those providers delivering home support services. They do not go through an approval process. Let me deal with the subsidies in relation to home care packages. The home care subsidy is a payment under the Aged Care Act and the Subsidy Principles 2014 to approved providers for providing home care to people that are care recipients. It is not paid to the person receiving the care. It can only be paid once a person enters into a home care agreement with a provider. The amount of the home care subsidy includes the basic subsidy for the package level, plus any supplement for oxygen, veterans, enteral feeding, dementia and cognition, viability, hardship, or a top-up supplement, less any reductions based on the person's means test. Any unspent home care amount, which may include a home care subsidy and fees paid by a person who is a care recipient, must be dealt with by an approved provider in accordance with the User Rights Principles 2014. Where the person changes providers, the unspent amount is to be transferred to the new provider within 70 calendar days. Where the person leaves care or dies, the unspent amount paid by the person must be returned to them or their estate, and the unspent subsidy will be deducted from future claims. Part 4 of the Accountability Principles 2014 set out the reporting requirements for approved providers of home care under the Aged Care Act. There is no performance reporting required for home care packages, although providers are obligated to participate in the aged care workforce census. Providers are instead required to deliver a range of documents to the person receiving care in accordance with the user rights principles. These include a home care agreement. This must be offered to each person with a package. The agreement records the administrative details of the service delivery relationship. They must also have a written care plan. This must be provided to the person within 14 calendar days of entering into a home care agreement, and it should set out the day-to-day services that will be provided and how they will be delivered. There must also be an individualised budget. This must be provided to the person with the care plan, and it should record the funds available in their package, including government subsidies and supplements, and fees or contributions paid by them, and how they will be used. If the person requests a review or their care needs change, the budget must be reviewed. There must also be a monthly statement. It must be provided to the person each month, outlining the available funds and expenditure for their package in the relevant month. The Royal Commission will hear evidence that the approval regime for home care approved provider applicants is under-resourced and that it may not be sufficiently robust to protect people receiving care and their families. Significant public funds are provided to approved providers, and the community expects both high standards of conduct in return and a robust approval and audit system. Turning to Commonwealth Home Support Program funding. As mentioned earlier, CHSP is funded by grants. The grants provide for block funding of services and are paid to providers quarterly in advance of services being delivered. The funding agreement sets out the requirements for how funds are spent, including the service types or sub-programs that are to be delivered by hour or unit, and reporting. There are two main types of reports: an annual financial acquittal report, in which the provider is required to make a financial declaration that funds have been spent in accordance with the funding agreement. The second type of report is a biannual performance report, which covers the actual services delivered by person and any fees collected. A client contribution framework outlines the principles service providers should adopt in settling and implementing their own client contribution policy. The intention is that those who can afford to contribute do so while protecting the most vulnerable. In 2016-17, people receiving home support services contributed $204 million. This increased to approximately $220 million in 2017-18, with contributions made by around 2/3 of CHSP clients. Let me deal with fees and charges and the transparency and comparability of these. The level of fees charged by providers for case management and administration fees for home care packages is a recurring complaint among the people contacting the Commission. You will hear evidence of case management and administration fees being charged at varying rates, and some at more than 50% of the package value. Why administrative charges can be so high requires further examination. At the February hearing, the Aged Care Complaints and Quality Commissioner gave evidence that the 5 most common categories of complaints in relation to home care for the 2017-18 year were fees and charges, lack of consultation or communication, communications about fees and charges, financial statements, and consistent client care and coordination. Commissioners, you will note that 3 of the top 5 categories of complaints relate to fees and charges. The need for transparency and comparability of case management and administration fees was supported in the Tune report. You will hear evidence from a recipient of aged care who has battled to navigate and understand the fees, charges and invoices from a number of providers over a period of 8 years. You will also hear evidence about how where a person lives or a person's language may affect the fees charged to them. A new pricing transparency regime is due to commence between April and July 2019. Providers will be required to publish pricing information in a standard format. We will explore that with witnesses. You will recall that the Secretary of the Department of Health told you in February that only 70% of providers were compliant as at January 2019 with the current requirement to publish their prices on My Aged Care. Ms Beecham said they were following up the 30%, and we propose to seek further details about that follow-up. At the February hearing, you heard evidence from Nicholas Merciades from Catholic Aged Care to the effect that policy which allows consumers to spend their HCP budget has led to the practical problem of thousands of taxpayer dollars being in the custody of a service provider but not being spent. People on average are underspending approximately $6,000 a year. This money, which is approaching $400 million, sits with providers and effectively lays idle. This may be an unhelpful consequence of person-centred care that is impacting on the provision of care. In this hearing, Commissioners, you will hear further evidence about the underspend in home care packages and what happens to the interest earned from that money. You will also hear evidence of underspending in CHSP. Let me say something about the distribution of resources. Currently, 67% of Australians receiving aged care services receive Commonwealth-funded aged care in their home. That is about 1 million people. Despite servicing 2/3 of people receiving aged care, only 27% of Commonwealth funding is allocated to home care. While home care is where most people want to be, and where most people who require aged care services and supports actually are, home care is not where the majority of Commonwealth funding is going. Is there a better approach, one might ask? Let me turn finally to address quality and safety in home care. The first issue is one of transparency of quality of care and client satisfaction. In the first Adelaide hearing, the Aged Care Quality and Complaints Commissioner, Janet Anderson, gave evidence that consumer experience reports, which are currently conducted in residential care facilities, will be expanded to include the home care environment. There are significantly lower numbers of complaints to the Commissioner in relation to home care than residential care. In 2017-18, there were 4,315 complaints made to the Aged Care Complaint Commissioner in relation to residential care. In the same year, there were 1,464 complaints to the Commissioner about home and community care. The number of complaints needs to be seen in the context that there are about 5 times more people being supported in home and the community than in residential facilities. Is this because people are happier with home care than residential care? Is it because the quality of care is better in home care than in residential care? Or is it perhaps because there is more scope for complaints to be managed and received by a provider instead of being escalated to the Commissioner? Or is it because recipients feel more vulnerable and exposed in their own homes in making a complaint? Or is it simply that people do not know who to complain to? We will ask these questions of witnesses from a variety of backgrounds during the week ahead. We will continue to analyse and compare data from a variety of sources about complaint numbers and management. Commissioners, you will remember Professor Parker's evidence in February about a pilot program for quality indicators for use in Australian home care package services that identified 2 tools. They are the Adult Social Care Outcomes Toolkit, 4-level self-completion tool, ASCOT SCT4, and Goal Attainment Scaling, GAS. Professor Parker said that no further action had been taken following the pilot. The Australian College of Nursing recommended that a minimum national quality indicators program for residential aged care and home care packages services should be available to enable the public to be better informed about provider performance. Let me deal with regulation. During the February hearing, the Commission heard conflicting evidence of what exactly is monitored in the provision of home care services. Mr Vistage from the CPSA claimed that the CHSP is not monitored for safety, although HCPs are. Ms Sparrow said that CHSP does not fall within the Aged Care Act and that different processes apply for compliance. The Aged Care Quality and Complaints Commissioner accepted that in her view the current oversight of quality and safety in home care is inadequate. The current system for registration and regulation for home care package services includes the following steps. First, approval to be a provider. Secondly, an initial review, possibly in conjunction with a self-assessment against the home care standards. 3, quality reviews conducted at least every 3 years for most providers. The Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission Rules 2018 require the Commissioner to give written notice specifying the day or days on which the site visits the provider is to be conducted. And fourthly, an assessment contact with or without notice. Janet Anderson gave evidence in February that the standards most commonly found not met by approved providers in the 2017-2018 financial year were regulatory compliance, service user reassessment, care plan development and delivery, risk management, information management systems. It is interesting to compare this list to the equivalent list for residential aged care, where failure of clinical care was number 2 and 3 of the top 5 areas found to be non-compliant. By contrast, the standards were not met by home care providers. Commissioners, by contrast, the standards not met by home care providers appear to relate largely to administration and record keeping and not direct care. It might fairly be asked why that is so. It is entirely appropriate that the regulatory framework includes record keeping. However, given the number of people receiving home care services, the question must be asked, how well is the quality and safety of care in the home being monitored and reviewed? Or indeed, is the quality and safety of care in the home being monitored and reviewed? Under the current system, there is no requirement for personal care workers providing services under the CHSP or the HCP to be registered and workers are not externally regulated. The only direct safety measure relating to the selection of personal care workers is that the Aged Care Act 1997 requires approved providers to ensure staff have a National Police Certificate in compliance with the Accountability Principles 2014. There is no requirement to specify personal care workers or any staff when applying to become an approved provider. Like CHSP, HCP police checks are subject to review every 3 years. Is this appropriate and adequate protection for vulnerable members of our community, one might ask? There is no doubt that regulation of quality and safety in the home presents immediate challenges. People receiving care are not congregated in the one place as with residential care. The services they may be receiving range from routine non-clinical care services such as gardening or cleaning to complex nursing care. The workforce who delivers these services have a wide range of qualifications and skills. However, it may become clear to you by the end of the week that more could be done in this regard. Let me say something about providers who have been sanctioned. Only 5 home care providers have ever been sanctioned by the regulator, which is currently the Department of Health. Commissioners, you will hear evidence from 2 of these 5 providers. However, you will not hear stories of substandard clinical care for recipients of home care, nor even stories of systemic complaints by consumers. Instead, you will hear that in both instances, small home care providers, both run by registered nurses with a stated passion for aged care, were approved to provide home care services by the department. Shortly afterwards, sanctions were imposed for reasons relating to administration and record keeping. In both cases, the providers, as part of the sanction process, were required to appoint private auditors and assessors at significant costs to the providers. You will hear about the absence of regulation of auditors and assessors in this context. We do not suggest that administration and record keeping are not appropriate features of any aged care system. Bad record keeping can lead to bad clinical care, for example, if it impedes continuity of care or frustrates delivery of coordinated and planned care. However, we will be asking whether the regulatory approach is sufficiently directed to client care and if the community can have confidence that regulation is effective and does safeguard vulnerable members of our community. Commissioners, challenges for the aged care workforce was a consistent and pervasive theme during the February hearing. That is the final issue I wish to address this morning. In terms of workforce issues, you've heard evidence about the high turnover of staff in home care, the lack of a mandated training regime for personal care workers with no clear career pathways, and how personal care workers' wages do not amount very often to a living wage, and that registered nurses are paid less in aged care than their colleagues in the acute sector. In the week ahead, you will hear directly from personal care workers. They will tell the Royal Commission of the issues that concern them, including the continuity and stability of work, working in isolation, including training and support, concerns about work health and safety, and other such matters. Commissioners, as I said earlier, we have a full program for this week. Unless you have further questions, Ms Bergen will call the first witness.
Yes, thank you, Dr McAvoy. Yes, Ms Bergen.
I call Linda Henderson.
Would you like to repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
the evidence I shall give
will be the truth, the whole truth,
will be the truth, the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Could you please bring up document WIT.0072.0001.0001? Ms Henderson, you should have a copy of a statement in front of you. If you could review that statement and advise whether you're content with its contents.
I'd like to inform the court, thank you, counsel, that I have made an error in the number of years that the person I support has been receiving a package. I prepared this submission at very short notice, and I am a full-time care partner of this person who has fairly advancing dementia, and it was only when I noticed the reply of one of the providers that I realised I'd made that error.
Thank you, Ms Henderson. Was there a particular edit that you wanted to make to a paragraph?
Yes,
of your
indeed.
statement?
Just one moment, please. This applies particularly to paragraph number 43, because the implications of the costs change considerably if it's a matter of 4.5 years rather than 3. The other paragraphs that are incorrect, I'm sorry. Number 31, that should read late in 2013. Paragraph 34, at the end of the first line, it should read this was 5 years ago, not 4. Paragraph 41, in April 2014, not 15. In paragraph 43, perhaps I can come back to that, but the total there would be roughly $80,000 rather than $58,000, of which $11,000 would have been from Vida's pension and about $47,000 on case management. Paragraph 44 should read at the end, instead of April 2015, it should read 2014. Paragraph 47, her symptoms started to change in 2014, not 15. Paragraph 56, in 4 years. Paragraph 60, halfway through the paragraph, after 3 years, not 2. Paragraph 62, it took me 4 years to be able to visit the facility, not 3. Paragraph 65, another 2 years rather than after another year. Paragraph 69.
Could I just pause you there,
Sorry.
please, Ms Henderson?
Yes.
Paragraph 65, what was the edit to that paragraph?
Sorry, after another 2 years rather than after
thank you.
another year. And paragraph 69, an excellent team for much of her 4.5 years with Hammond at home rather than 3. And that is all, with my apologies. Sorry. Yes, that's all.
Thank you, Ms Henderson. So subject to those edits, are the contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
I tender the statement of Linda Henderson, document number WIT.0072.0001.0001 as amended orally by Ms Henderson this morning.
The statement of Linda Henderson dated 14 March 2019 will be Exhibit 2-01.
Now, Ms Henderson, what is your current role in the aged care sector?
My current role is mainly as an informal care partner to someone with whom I've lived for 13 years. I am also an advocate for Dementia Australia, and my partner is a member of Dementia Alliance International, which is a global organisation of people living with dementia advocating for their rights, and I'm a supporter of that organisation.
And are you also a recipient?
I am also a recent recipient of the Commonwealth Home Support Program. I live with a spinal disability and have for 25 years. And I'm finding that I need to do that, get some support for myself.
Now, you mentioned that you're an informal carer to Ms Meneghetti.
Yes.
How long have you known Ms Meneghetti?
13 years.
And when was Ms Meneghetti first diagnosed with dementia?
In 2012, in September.
What type of dementia was Ms Meneghetti diagnosed with?
Vida has a very rare form of frontotemporal dementia. It's one of the 3 variants, language variants of frontotemporal dementia, and hers is called the logopenic variant, and the consequence of that is that she is losing verbal, written language and some comprehension, and cannot read any longer either.
So I think you used the technical terms in your statement. What are the technical terms for her diagnosis?
Frontotemporal dementia / primary progressive aphasia / logopenic variant, or to make it short, PPAL.
How was it that Ms Meneghetti was first diagnosed with dementia?
The actual occurrence was when I noticed that she was saying the opposite of what she meant, which to me was quite significant. A previous partner of mine had had a series of TIAs, small bleeds on the brain, and at one point she started speaking backwards, so I was probably more alert to these things than many other people. However, with hindsight, both myself, friends who've known her for much longer than me and her family can see that there were signs a long time before that.
So when you say there was you observed that what she was saying wasn't quite what she meant.
Yes.
Could you give the Commission some additional examples?
Yes, certainly. This particular occasion, it was a winter's day and Vida said, "It's getting hot, isn't it?" And we looked, and then the same thing happened again later, and the same thing happened again the next day. So she was starting to say literally the opposite of what she meant. And that caused a bit of confusion when people would say, "Would you like this?" "No." And then, "Yes, I want it." So that was a very obvious sign. Her speech had been more and more hesitant over time. Her short-term memory was being affected. That was also obvious. But we weren't certain whether it was a language issue or a psychological issue.
So when you mention Vida, do you mind if I call her Vida?
No, please do.
When you mentioned that Vida, her technical diagnosis was primary progressive aphasia, is difficulty with communication one of the symptoms?
Absolutely, it's one of the key symptoms.
How did you and Vida come to terms with her diagnosis?
With great difficulty, and I think we still have difficulty in coming to terms with it. I think for anybody who's diagnosed with a terminal condition, and all dementias other than the one associated with alcoholism, which may be reversed, all are terminal, and to have that diagnosis when you're young and looking forward to retiring, and in my case, at the height of my career, it's the end of life as you know it, until you get to the point where you can see that life does go on in the meantime, and we're all going to die anyway. So I hope that answers your question.
How have you observed Vida's condition change over time since she was first diagnosed?
We have a number of friends who live with dementia. We have made a lot of good friends over these last 6 years. I think that every person that we have met has gone through the deepest and darkest depression at some point. In Vida's case, her reaction was very matter of fact. Well, at least I know what's wrong now, And I think for many people living with dementia, it is finally a relief to know what's happening. I'm not going crazy. I'm not having a nervous breakdown. I don't have a brain tumour. That's a relief. There's an explanation for symptoms that often are very confusing to people. And in Vita's case, she took it on the chin and basically said to me, just don't lock me up in a place with old people. I couldn't stand that. She loves older people, but she has a very different lifestyle. She's a retired rock musician and she's very fit physically and very lively normally. And she also said, though, you don't have to come and visit me if I no longer recognise you. So I think that this was immediately after her diagnosis, her very first diagnosis of PPA, before she knew exactly what variant. And I think that sums up how she approaches it. However, as time goes on, and Vita's been diagnosed now for 6 years, she retains a lot of insight into what's happening with her, and it's very painful and tragic in that she is well aware of things that she can't do, that she used to be able to do, and she grieves greatly. And I suppose from my point of view, there are so many moments where you see a change and you know that that's going to become the norm in maybe a month, 3 months, a year, maybe even next week. These little signs of things that are changing. And so I think most of us live with what psychologists term anticipatory grief. But in the meantime, we have to keep on living and doing what we need to do.
So you mentioned that one of the first signs was a misuse of certain words, such
Yes.
as it's getting warm, isn't it, during winter? When that was at the start of Vita's diagnosis,
Yes.
from what you said, about 13 years ago?
Yes, that's right.
And how old was she at that time?
61,
And so at the moment, at the current time, how old is Vita?
68.
Yeah, okay. So what messages do you want to give the community and the Royal Commission about how dementia changes over time?
The first point I'd like to make is that we believe that the incidence of Alzheimer's disease is overestimated worldwide. We don't have firm data nationally or internationally that gives us any kind of comparable or reliable breakdown on the incidences of different types of dementia. But nonetheless, it's very clear that the rarer forms of dementia are much more prevalent in younger people. And Vita's situation is what we talk about as young onset dementia, and that's dementia where the symptoms appear before the age of 65. In Australian and British legislation, that's changed somewhat to a diagnosis occurring before the age of 65, but medically it's a bit different. And those rarer dementias have incredibly varied symptoms. Their progress is much less predictable. It is not about the stereotype that most of us have in our heads of gradually getting more and more forgetful and the person fading away, etc. It's not at all like that. It's a situation of changing abilities, disabilities, compensation. When people lose one ability, they might be able to extend another. The brain is very plastic, neuroplasticity exists, but the disease does what the disease does, and which way it's going to go, which part of the brain it's going to affect next, no one can know. An individual's diagnoses change during their lifetime as well.
Now, Ms Henderson, I'm going to move to a different topic, which is the topic of the selection of approved provider. And you mentioned in your statement that the woman that you care for is a lesbian woman.
Yes.
Is there a role for LGBTI-specific home care services?
Not necessarily. It's the same sort of discussion that we've had in our community. I'm also a lesbian woman, about the necessity for LGBTI residential services. The issue for most of us is not about segregation. On the contrary, it's about inclusion. Both Vida and I have participated in work that led to a publication for professional development of staff called We Are Still Gay, and that work, mainly coming from Victoria but adopted nationally, allows providers to go through a process of education of their staff on cultural diversity generally, but particularly on the needs of LGBTI people. And providers can get what's called a rainbow tick, and that would make me and other people quite happy to see more providers wanting to do that. I must add here that this is incredibly important in the case of dementia, because a number of people, as their dementia progresses, become more true to what they had always wanted to be. And I was contacted recently by an extremely conservative Catholic woman whose husband has revealed himself as a cross-dresser, and the consequences for her and him on their social life and her support have been disastrous. And this is not uncommon. So it's very important for staff, both in home care and in residential care, to respect the person the way they wish to express themselves.
So how have you researched which approved provider would be appropriate to service Vida's needs?
That was very difficult at the time, because when Vida was first assessed and first had her ACAT, this was pre-CDC. So at that time, the allocation of home care packages was by local government area. Some providers won tenders to offer higher level packages, but many providers kept applying for those tender opportunities and didn't win them. And I noticed in our region, I live in the Illawarra of New South Wales, so a couple of hours south of Sydney, that it seemed to be the large, mostly faith organisations that were winning the higher level packages. So we had very little choice in the first place, in that Vida had to have her ACAT assessment and then wait for providers to contact her. And that was a series of phone calls with everybody trying to convince her or me, and if she couldn't understand, to go with them rather than someone else.
So when you say Vida and you were contacted by a number of different providers, was this some time ago?
Yes, that was. That was back in, where do I get this right now? That was back in the beginning of 2014.
Okay. And I think you're saying, you observe in your statement, that things have changed since then.
Greatly, greatly. The provider that we went with, that Vida was contracted to, was quite early in getting ready for CDC. I think their systems were ready in early April, and I think it had to come into play in May or June, or July, I can't quite recall the dates. So they had already modified their reporting processes, etc. But they, like many other providers, were a traditional faith provider. And there's an attitude behind that says that we know what's best for you. And it was very difficult, I think, for many providers to understand that the difference with CDC was turning it the other way. The client works out what the client needs and then goes shopping, basically. And we didn't have that opportunity because we couldn't go shopping, to make it clear.
Okay, now Ms Henderson, I'm going to turn to the topic of the delivery of the home care package to Vida.
Yes.
What level of home care package is Vida currently on?
She's on level 4 and has been for 4 years, and her provider receives the dementia supplement as well.
And what home care package did Vida start on?
Level 2.
How long did it take for the home care package to arrive after Vida was advised that she had been assessed as eligible for a level 2 package?
Not long in those days.
Was
A
this
month
back in?
perhaps, that's all.
So this was back in 2013.
Yes, that's right, yes.
And how has the delivery of the home care package met or not met Vida's needs?
It changed her life entirely because she was no longer free to live her life as she wished to. And
When you say she was no longer free, that's by reason of her diagnosis?
no, by reason of the provider's decisions about how that funding support could be used. Vida very early, I think it took her about 6 months to really digest it all, and then she decided that because she was a musician, because she had some star power, that she was quite prepared to stand up and talk about it and hope that that might make a difference to what people understood about dementia. If you remember, guitarists from Akadaka, AC/DC, Malcolm Young did similarly, and David Campbell, a number of musicians and other people have wanted to stand up and say, yes, I have dementia and I'm not ashamed to talk about it. So I'm sorry, I lost track of your question there.
It was quite an open-ended question.
Sorry, I'm very tired.
So I was just asking how the delivery of the home care package has either helped Vida or not helped Vida.
Well, it didn't help her at all in that, in fact, she almost opposed it, and I think this is a quite common thing with a number of people who are newly diagnosed with dementia. The first thing that people, particularly people a generation older than us, think is, no one must know. It's shame, it's stigma, it's running away from everything, closing the door, I can't come to terms with it, what will the neighbours think, etc. Now, that is obviously not the case for our generation, at least not for Vida and myself, but it is unfortunately a reality that the stigma attached to dementia is enormous, and most people's immediate idea of dementia is so far from the truth. It's worrying. What was difficult for Vida is that because she's a very independent person who has always made her own decisions, has had a most unusual life, travelling, etc., to be told that you can't do this and you can't do that. No, you can't have your friend come and do the cleaning anymore. And no, you can't have another friend come and do the gardening and a bit of maintenance around the house. That immediately meant two key people who were regularly in our lives disappeared. And there was nothing we could do about it, because the money that we had been using to pay those people was now going, part of it, to pay Vida's daily care fee to her new provider.
The cleaner and the gardener that you mentioned were obviously not staff members of an approved provider.
No.
So that,
No,
was that
they were
the reason?
independent sole traders, registered with their ABN, with their usual public liability insurance, as most people are who work for themselves.
They were very much part of your home life.
Yes,
Okay.
had been for years. And they were personal friends as well.
Okay, so once Vida was on a home care package, to what extent did you have different people attend in the home?
A lot, initially. And people who had no concept at all about dementia, let alone any idea about supporting people with disabilities, let alone any idea about how to cope with someone who was losing language. People who had no senior first aid, no training, in my opinion, absolutely inadequate knowledge of manual handling, occupational health and safety, etc. And Vida resented that, and I did too. What are you doing, sending us in people who know nothing at all?
You talked earlier in your evidence about the importance of professional development of
Yes.
staff. Is
Yes.
this one of the topics that, in your view, further training is needed on?
Absolutely essential. I completely support Marie McCabe's submission earlier in the hearings. We badly need to look at a review of the national qualifications. This is something that is my professional background, and we badly need to look very closely at career pathways for people working with people with dementia, as most staff in aged care will be doing.
So turning back to the structure of the home care package system, at the moment there's Vita's on a level 4 with a dementia supplement.
That's right.
Do you think there's a room for the home care package system to be changed?
Absolutely. The reality of the home care package system at the moment, even though Vita has changed providers to a very innovative provider, and by doing so, she has saved 20% of her federal budget. So one must ask, where did that 20% go? Where was the value added? And in our opinion, particularly in my opinion, there was zero case management, and I thought that was inexcusable. The reality of dementia is that people will need increasing support. And because we're lesbian women and we live in a regional part of New South Wales, most of our friends are in Sydney, Vita's family is in Adelaide, my family is all around the place, and a number of our friends have moved to different areas as well. That means that we do not have the assumed support system of family or even friends, because a number of our friends, being younger, are still working. And it's not easy to get out of Sydney and come down for a weekend or even a night. So the consequences of that is that we lose income, we lose careers, we lose friendship, we lose social networks, and we lose practical support. Where, for example, Vita and I have both been involved in providing regular support to people going through treatment for cancer, and being part of a group that organises dinners and transport. Doesn't happen with dementia, believe you me. If you are not in an environment where everyone is still around you, the first thing that happens is that everybody walks away. So given that, I can tell you that during the 6 months when Vita was waiting on a level 4 package, because her ACAT had to be reviewed within 4 months, her symptoms had progressed so fast and so wildly. I really think I'm still getting over post-traumatic stress from that 6 months, because I was the only person supporting her for 20 hours a day for 6 months. And when someone is incredibly distressed, and I really don't want to go into her private medical history, I don't think that's necessary or appropriate, but let me just say that every symptom of anxiety and fear that you could imagine hit her. And every morning, for example, she had 2-hour-long panic attacks, which were terrifying. I have done my senior first aid, and I'm also a qualified Pilates instructor, and I've done yoga for years and all of that, but those panic attacks were unbelievable. And to see someone going through that and not being able to help is devastating. And she was not able to sleep through the night. She was just constantly agitated and distressed. It took 3 months for her neurologists and her GPs to find medication that would assist her, and it has since. But I'm just using that as an example for people to understand that it is not a slow, gradual process, and sometimes what's required is that one single person does 18, 20-hour shifts non-stop for months until that support arrives. Many people break.
Now, just to conclude the topic of the selection of approved providers and delivery of the home care package, when did you become aware that you could, or Vita could, choose her own provider?
When the legislation changed in February 2017, because of my background, I'm aware of policy changes and things that are about to come about, so I knew at the time that that was possible.
Okay, so Vita's had 2 providers in the course of her time on our home care package. So turning to the topic of fees, which you've mentioned already,
Yes.
what fees were taken by each provider from Vita's home care package?
Basically, the admin fees are often common across all providers, although, as Mr. Judd pointed out, some providers amalgamate them, but it basically works out to about 11% across the board for most providers, and that's their role in receiving the funds from the federal government, monitoring spending, reporting, that sort of business. So that was the same for both providers. The difference, however, with Vita's new provider is that they have a sliding scale of fees, so that as someone's needs increase, they take less in management costs. So at the moment, Vita's provider takes an additional 14% for management, whereas her previous provider took 34%. That's a big difference.
You mentioned a statement of Dr. Judd. Is that
Yes.
a statement of Dr. Judd from Hammond Care?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Could I tender that statement? It's RCD.011.0012.0012.001.
Yes, the statement of Mr. Judd will be Exhibit 2-02.
Thank you, Commissioners. How was Vita's package managed by the first provider, Hammond Care?
Disappointingly, I was aware of Hammond Care's reputation, both as a registered training organisation, because that's my background as well, and also I was aware of some of their excellent work carried out through their dementia centre. I was looking for a provider who did understand young onset dementia and the more complicated varieties of that, who would provide us with some clinical case management. And I thought that's what that 34% was for, or 24%, I'm sorry, was for. What I found was an organisation that in our region had zero capacity to provide that. They were unable to keep their RN staff, and at one point a particular RN for whom I felt a lot of sympathy had 120 cases to manage. So the reality was I didn't get any advice from Hammond Care at all on how to proceed, and I ended up doing the case management myself with our GP, 2 neurologists, and a close friend who is a retired RN, director of facility, etc. That made me extremely angry.
But I understand you had some criticisms of Hammond Care.
Yes.
They've been provided, as you know, with an opportunity to respond to your statement, and that statement has now been tendered.
Yes.
How, and as I understand it, you might agree to disagree on some matters,
Not many.
but not many.
Not many. I think the historical context is very fair and very true.
Okay. And how was Vita's package managed by the second provider, Home Instead?
That's extremely interesting because the base cost of 14%, in addition to the usual admin business, really covers continuity of care by a team. That team is supported by the organisation. They work as a team. They have case conferences. At any crisis point, the owner herself and Vita's case manager have phoned and or visited at our convenience. I feel that we have a responsive, innovative provider. And in terms of case management or clinical nursing care or advice, for example, that's separately costed, so that makes sense to me as well. If we think that we need an hour face-to-face with someone, a health professional of any particular variety, we can have that charged separately. And so you're not paying an amalgamation of costs where you don't know where it's going. If you need nursing, you can ask for it. If you need advice on case management or whatever it may be, you can ask for it, and that's separately costed, and you get your quote and it's clear.
Now, moving to the topic of community and connection, you and Vida, Ms Henderson, have made a video featuring
Yes.
Vida. When was that put together?
That was put together in 2015. We've done about another 3 since.
Okay. Operator, could I ask you to play the video LHE.001.001.001.001?
Once I had a little corner of the world, now I know there's just no place to go. Giving out too much, giving up. I'm very tired of trying to please. Giving out too much, giving up. I'm very tired, I'm on my knees. One more time, I'm just too blind, I can't see. One more time, you're on my mind, I can't breathe. I just don't want to see you anymore. Just don't want to see you anymore. Though the writing's on the wall, you can't call again. I just don't want to see you anymore. I just don't want to see you anymore.
Commissioners, I tender the video of Linda Henderson and Vida Meneghetti made in 2015.
Yes, the video will be Exhibit 2-03.
Ms Henderson, if I might ask you a couple of questions about the video. What is the Southern Dags group featured in the video?
Oh, right. Because we have realised that most people, even of our generation, are so horrified when they learn that they have a dementia diagnosis that they run away and hide, and because we ourselves have been supported by other people living with or alongside dementia, we had the opportunity in Kiama to become a pilot project of Dementia Australia, as it was then Alzheimer Australia. We have an excellent council in Kiama, and we have a wonderful university, the University of Wollongong. So the project was set up in 2014. It was launched in July. Vida and I helped launch it. And it's been going very strong ever since. Our approach is to try and make it a lot more than being about dementia friendly, but about being dementia inclusive and aligned with the UN CDRP and Australian legislation about Anti-Discrimination, Disability Discrimination Act, etc. We do regular community education workshops within the local government area. We spread around and offer those to people for free. We have also designed those workshops ourselves. We facilitate them ourselves. And the Southern DAGS group is really a social group that came out of that project where we realised that people needed to meet others in an informal environment. So we meet up about fortnightly, either for coffee or often at someone's place, own house, because it's less threatening. We might go out for coffee, we might go out for lunch, and about once a month we go on a picnic. We live in a beautiful area of the South Coast and in nature, and for a lot of people with dementia, even if they're older, even if they're in a wheelchair, wherever we go is accessible, and it's a nice outing for a few hours. And we find that that peer support is absolutely critical, and we intend to keep on going, as well as creating a lot of things that simply aren't there that we all need.
Well, the video shows that you and Vida are both adept at using technology. How do you and Vida use technology to connect with your communities?
That has changed over the last number of years. I've noticed that most communities now have a community Facebook page, so I've been using that to advertise the fact that we're doing workshops or whatever happens to be going on. Vida doesn't manipulate the technology herself. She's not capable of doing that with her literacy issues. And she worked professionally in the pre-digital age. So for her, digital literacy is exciting. It's an opportunity to learn and to do new things. So I have learnt on the run really about multimedia, and I've enjoyed doing it. And both Vida and I are quite keen to be involved in production. She loves cameras and happy to do anything that needs to be done in terms of media. So the work that our project has done has been covered by the local media, both TV and press, and some of what we've done recently has been in the national media, both TV and press again.
So how did you, Ms Henderson and Vida, learn to use the technology that you prefer to use to connect with your communities, such as social media? I think you mentioned Facebook.
Oh, I think that's because of my own background as a senior manager in TAFE, and along with many other people who have worked in TAFE. We all learnt about inclusive web design, we learnt about e-learning, we learnt to play with Twitter, etc. So that's always been something that I have done in any case. But I soon realised that electronic media and the immediacy of contacting people has expanded enormously, and so Twitter is a very common medium for our dementia community.
So what were the challenges associated with using technology for someone living with dementia, such as Vida?
For Vida, it's difficult because she can no longer read and she can't type. And because she can't speak fluently, she can't use voice to text, for example. I don't know if people are aware, but a number of the technologies that we use now were developed by and with or for people with disabilities a long time ago. And I've been aware of those because of my work in TAFE. For Vida, it's a challenge, and I'll give you an example. As her language started changing and she found it harder to understand people on the phone and to make herself understood, she's moved to using video calling, and that works for her because she can read people's expressions and they can read hers, and I think she does a bit of lip reading as well while she's at it. That's just a concrete example, but in fact we're faced with the challenge now of really using what's called AAC, augmentative assistive communication, because Vida is getting to the point where it is getting very difficult for her to express herself in a way that most other people would understand, and it's very important that she be able to continue to say what she wants, what she needs, what she doesn't want, how she feels.
So when you refer to augmented assisted communication, what does that mean?
In most cases, it can mean these days an app, a communication app. A lot of apps exist for people with aphasia, but many of them are designed for people who have had strokes, where there's an expectation of sometimes full recovery, which is not the expectation in dementia. And some of those apps have been developed for children with developmental disabilities, people on the spectrum, on the autism spectrum, etc. There are a number of things out there. I don't think you want to know all the details of those.
All right. Thank you, Ms Henderson. Commissioners, that concludes my questioning.
Ms Henderson, might I ask, what are the differences, if you're aware of them, between the services that you've been able to get through the home care program and those that might be available were Vida younger and she might be eligible for the National Disability Insurance Scheme?
Excellent question, thank you. The NDIS rolled out, as you're aware, in different parts of Australia at different times, and still is an issue with Western Australia, I believe. In our region, it was not the first region to roll out, and Vida was, I think, a year too old to be eligible at the time. Similarly for me, with my spinal disability. We're both on the disability support pension, by the way. We haven't changed to aged care just because we turned 65, and that's an in principle silly thing of ours, I suppose. It is cruel. It is really difficult because a number of our friends are eligible for the NDIS, and we know of people who have packages of $150,000 per annum, and they're just starting. And Vida's is capped at 50-something for the rest of her life. So in terms of support, hours of support for me, it's huge and it's unfair.
Thank you very much indeed for sharing those many deeply personal insights with us, and they've been most helpful in our understanding of the difficulties that people do confront in caring for friends and relatives who are suffering from dementia. We're most grateful to you for your evidence.
Thank you for this opportunity.
The Commission will adjourn until midday.
Please be seated.
Yes, Ms Hill.
Commissioners, before I call the next witness, Mr Henry SC seeks to address you.
Yeah.
May it please the Commission, my name is Henry. I appear for Opal Specialist Aged Care pursuant to a grant of leave that was afforded on Friday last, instructed by Arnold Bloch-Liebler. And Commissioners, I don't want to do anything out of sequence here. My client has provided a response late Friday, which I understand has been received by the Commission electronically. If it's convenient, I could tender that at this point, or I can wait until Ms Ellis has provided her evidence.
I'm sorry, I missed that last bit.
I'm just raising, as a matter of sequencing, whether it would be convenient for me to tender the response of my client that was provided electronically.
Yes, we do have it, and perhaps the best time to do that will be after the evidence is given.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. Thank you very much. Yes, Ms Hill.
I call Raylene Ellis.
You wish to affirm?
Yes.
Just get you to repeat after me. I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
I solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Ms Ellis. Could I ask you to state your full name?
Raylene Ann Ellis.
And how old are you, Ms Ellis?
I'm 44.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a lawyer.
And whereabouts do you live?
I live in Caloundra, Queensland.
You prepared a statement dated the 12th of March 2019.
I did.
Operator, could you please display document ID WIT stop 0083 stop 0001 stop 0001. Ms Ellis, do you see a copy of your statement on the monitor there before you?
I do.
You've identified a number of typographical errors to your statement. Beyond those typographical errors, do you have any changes that you'd seek to make to your statement?
I don't.
To the best of your knowledge, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
They are.
I tender that, Commissioners.
Yes, the statement of Raylene Ann Ellis dated the 12th of March 2019 will be Exhibit 2-04.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms Ellis, on what basis have you prepared your statement to the Royal Commission?
My mother has dementia. She's 78 years of age. I acted as her carer for the last 2.5 years. For a period of that time, she lived independently, but I lived close by and provided her with a lot of care.
What's your mother's name, Ms Ellis?
Therese Ellis.
And at paragraph 16 to 34 of your statement, you've documented a section of your statement called My Mum. Could I ask you to please tell the Commissioners about your mum?
Yeah, so Mum was born in 1940 out of wedlock, and as a result of that, initially she was placed in an orphanage for the first 18 months of her life. At the age of 18 months, her grandfather had gone to visit her and noticed that, or he visited regularly, but at that point he'd noticed that she was underfed and the children were often ill-treated. At that point in time, he took her home that day. We've heard the story over the years many times from different members of the family that Mum went home that day and they fed her wheat bix, which she ate a lot of with a guarded arm like this, which was demonstrative of the fact that from a very early age she had to fight for survival, and I think that strength has really come through in her entire life. She was then placed as the younger of a sibling group with her, it was a big Irish family, with her aunts and uncles, some of them only a couple of years older than her. And she believed she was part of that family until one day her step-grandmother, who she called Mum, announced to her that I'm not your mother. She said that she always felt different in that family group and that it made sense to her, but obviously really hurt. And she was shortly thereafter shipped off to boarding school. And at boarding school, she was cared for by nuns who were often abusive, and she eventually ran away from there. She eventually found her way living back with her mother, who by that stage had married an alcoholic who was very domestically violent. Again, the story has been told many times over the years with a joke, which is demonstrative of my mum's ability to look at the instances of difficulty in her life with a smile on her face and trying to, enjoy, or not enjoy, that's the wrong word, but just making a joke, being able to make a joke of herself. And she said that at around the age of 14, she'd brought home a boy who had a motorbike, and her drunk stepfather came out abusive and threatening and kicked over the motorbike, and Mum called the police on him and told the police that she didn't know who he was, and as a result of that he was taken into custody overnight. The next day her stepfather gave my grandmother an ultimatum, and that was that it was Mum or him, and she chose him. So at the age of 14, possibly 15, Mum spent the night at King's Cross. And her life could have gone into so many ways, but she was such a strong person that she picked herself up, and she moved in with an older person, being a 17-year-old, and they would have a hot breakfast every day, a cup of coffee and a cigarette, because that's all that money could buy. She worked menial jobs, got married at the age of 20, had a child at 21, and then he was also unfortunately domestically violent, and she left that relationship very shortly after. She had a child on her own, and the social security system back then was not what it is today. And she would tell the story of how she would boil eggs for my older sister and hope that she left some food for Mum to eat, and Mum would just eat whatever was left over, and sometimes there was none left over. Mum would make the joke that as a result of that, she had a really good figure. Again, always happy to try and look on the brighter side of bad instances in her life. She then met my dad, who owned a delicatessen and would give her free food. He was actually 23 years older than Mum, and accepted both Mum and my sister. They then adopted 2 children and then fell pregnant with me. Dad was a real estate agent after we moved to Queensland. She was born in New South Wales, and real estate back then, Dad would bring in sometimes months without any money, and Mum would work sometimes 3 jobs during our life to put us all 4 children through private education, and made sure that we had everything we needed. There was never an instance where we didn't have food in the cupboard or anything like that, despite the fact that we were very, very poor. And I don't think I even appreciated how poor we were until I got my dad's Department of Vet Affairs records last year, and realised how significantly poor we were. And she protected us from that. We all moved, we grew up, and all 4 of us have gone to university, and Mums and Dad have both enabled us to be able to do that. My grandmother then died in 1999, and I think my mum really felt the loss of having never been accepted by her mum. And my dad died the same year.
Can I take you to 2007, between 2007 and 2014? What was happening in your and your mum's life at that time?
So 2007 to 2014 were a really wonderful period of time for my mum and I think, and I am so glad to have had that. I just moved back from Brisbane after working in Gympie for a period of time, and I lived very close to Mum. I would sometimes go round to her house on a Saturday morning and not leave till Sunday night, and we were best of friends. During that period of time, in 2011, we also travelled to Italy.
And at paragraph 31 of your statement, you in fact attach a photograph. If I could ask the operator to please display the document ID RAE stop 0001 stop 0001 stop 0001. Is that the photograph that you refer to in your statement?
It is. That's Mum and I in Italy, laughing at how little the coffees were over there.
And when was that taken, Ms Ellis?
That was taken in 2011.
After 2014, what then happened with your mum?
So I think, you know, and it's with dementia, it's difficult to really pinpoint a point in time. I say 2014, she really she started going downhill. It may, on retrospect, have been earlier, but you know, I think that's, you know, one of the things with dementia, you start to notice change, or you don't really even quite notice changes, and then all of a sudden you realise that your parent is not the parent that they used to be, and sometimes I feel like I missed that opportunity to have those last moments with her before she was gone. So 2014, I had my daughter, and at that period of time, I really noticed Mum developing agoraphobia, anxiety. She had difficulty driving. I just really noticed a significant decline. Then in 2015, she fell over trying to turn off a water tap thingy in her backyard, and she broke her neck at the T2 or C2, at the very top vertebrae, and ended up in hospital for a significant period of time. And that's when we first tried to access the aged care system.
How did you do that, Ms Ellis?
So that, after Mum spent a period of time in hospital, she was moved over to a transition care, and the transition care people had her assessed, and they assessed her for a level 2, level 1, 2. At that point in time, they were grouped together as 1, 2 and 3, 4. She accessed a level 1, 2 package, and that was relatively painless. She was released from hospital from the transition care in December, and it was relatively easy to get a level 1, 2 package, but of course that only equated to 4 hours a week. By that stage, I'd really noticed significant decline in Mum's abilities. You know, she was suffering a lot of pain with her neck. She was on warfarin. She'd had a heart valve replacement in 2005 or 2006, so she was on warfarin and will be for the rest of her life as a result of that, which requires specific medication every day, or it can be very dangerous. She wasn't eating properly, and as a result of that, her INR levels were fluctuating, and QML, who were managing her warfarin, Queensland Medical Laboratories, they take the blood, and they were unable to regulate her dose of warfarin because of her eating, and other factors were just didn't do anything. I kind of described that, you know, rather than me helping mum out, it was really mum following me along the process of her dementia, because I did everything. In fact, you know, the previous witness said that, you know, with dementia there was some relief in the diagnosis, and in fact I found the opposite, and I think that shows the individuality of a dementia diagnosis. Mum was disbelieving. There was nothing wrong with her. She was fine, and even to this day she says, I can walk, even though she's bedridden. So sorry to get off point then, but so I accessed the My Aged Care website, and it would say that there were level 3-4 packages available from certain providers, but you would ring those providers and they would have no packages available. And I said to them, well, the My Aged Care website says you had some, and then you would ring, they would say, well, My Aged Care are wrong. You would ring My Aged Care and they would say, well, we get the information from the providers. So both people were just blaming each other about the incorrect nature of the information that was on the My Aged Care website. And it was really useless, that information, because it just, that was not the only occasion that the My Aged Care website had incorrect information. But in addition to that, at that point in time, the individual providers managed their own lists. It was not a national list, and we were told by COASIT, who we were working with at the time, that mum was next on the list. And I find that really uncouth, that in a civilised society you're essentially waiting for someone to die before you can get services. We have enough money in our society to be able to care for everyone. Someone shouldn't have to be told when the next person dies you can get help. But until then, tough biggies, you can't. It just seems extremely not what our society should be about. So, so we stayed on that. We were next on the wait list, apparently, to get a level 4 package with COASIT. And then the system changed in late 2016 or 2017, and the list became nationalised. We were then, whilst I agree that that is, from a societal point of view, better that the list is nationalised, it creates equality for everyone. From my point of personal view, experience, it was very frustrating to go from knowing that my mum was next on the list to receive a level 4 package, to then all of a sudden having completely no idea where on the list mum was, how long we would be, waiting for this extra help. And in the meantime, mum's health was rapidly deteriorating. She lost significant amounts of weight at that point in time. We had to employ a dietitian, or go and see a dietitian, and get some weight management, calorie-dense juices so that mum could put on weight, and that was very costly. Those juices are about $5 each.
Were you ultimately able to receive the care for your mum that she needed?
I don't think that we ever really received the care that she needed. We did eventually get a level 4 package.
How did that come about, Ms. Ellis?
So in June 2017, mum went to hospital with atrial fibrillation. Sorry, I'm not very good at saying that. And I think that brings me also to, the aged care system is happening in the backdrop, really, of people's significant health decline. This is a system that is being provided to people that are already in crisis. They're going through health declines, they're going through hospital appointments, arranging health care, etc. And the aged care system is happening in the background of a family that is already in crisis. So mum went into hospital in June, and I had significant problems, which I won't go into as outlined in my statement, with the hospital at that point in time, where I believe mum had a stroke while she was in hospital. They deny it, quite obviously, because they did nothing about it. And mum got out of hospital at that point in time and was still unable initially to get a level 4 package. I employed every resource I could. I had her reassessed for an ACAT to try and get her priority.
Would you get your mum a hire package at any point during this time?
I did. So at around the end of July or mid to end of July, we finally got approved for a level 4 package. And, you know, I was over the moon. I remember the phone call when the care provider rang me and said, we've got the level 4 package, we've got it. And I was like, over the moon. It was like this sense of relief that finally mum was going to get the care that she needed. But unfortunately, what came out about that, with that, is that it equated to only 9 hours a week. And it was the funding for it, I set out the specific figures in my statement, but it's $49,000 or thereabouts that the government provides for a level 4 package. And then I had mum assessed for the dementia supplement slightly later, which was another 1,000 odd or something. So it was over $50,000 that the government was paying for a level 4 package, and yet it equated to just 9 hours of support a week. And the reason for that is because that the care providers were charging 38% of that figure in their admin fee.
I apologise, Ms Ellis. In your statement at paragraph 63, you refer to an attachment of a statement from Kawazat Community Services. And in fact, there's a typographical error at that paragraph. I understand that date should read 31 August 2017. Is that correct, Ms Ellis?
That's right.
Operator, if I could please ask you to display document ID RAE stop 0001 stop 0001 stop 0002. In fact, if I could, operator, if you could please display the document ID that ends in stop 0003. Ms Ellis, is that an example of a statement that you'd received on the monitor before you?
The budget, that's a statement of the budget that we received, and that is for 11 hours, but as you can see, that includes a contribution by my mum of over a bit over $4,000. So essentially what that provides is that their admin or coordination fee of 38% equated to $18,845.17 a year, just straight out for their management of it. And then on top of that, and this is why I say they are paid twice, because then they charge, as you can see, support for Mondays to Fridays is $49 an hour. So out of the package is $49 an hour for the person that comes and provides you with that care. I can guarantee you that that carer is probably only getting $25 an hour. So they're getting another $25 an hour for the care on top. Then, of course, mum was getting podiatry and gardening services, which I should say it's great that, you know, you can have things such as gardening for old people that can no longer do their gardening themselves. So I certainly think that is wonderful that we can include that. But on top of that, the gardening services which were outsourced and the podiatry which were outsourced, they then charged a $25 handling fee for each instance of booking that. So essentially they're getting paid twice. Now I equated it to, I think, just over $20,000 that was going just for their administration, which left about $30,000 for the actual care of the individual, which is being charged at $49 an hour, $73 for a Saturday and $98 for a Sunday. So it's a lot of money that seems like we could really provide care for these people, but it's just seems to me like it's being wasted away into profits, or, you know, for the non-for-profits, then, you know, what are the CEOs getting paid? Where's the money going? Because $50,000 should not translate to just 9 hours of care.
Could I take you then to the document and ask the operator to display document ID that is ending in the numbers stop 0001? I apologise, stop 0002. Ms Ellis, could I ask you to identify that document for the Commissioners?
Yeah, so that's the statement that we would receive at the end of the month.
And how does that relate to the earlier statement that was you're taking the Commissioners to?
So the income there is the income that I think Mum was putting in. The expenses were the payments out from that previous budget. The estimated government funding awaited confirmation, that, on my understanding, is in fact because the government, I'm told, is pays the funding for aged care every, say, 3 months, or in block amounts every few months. And what that means is that these organisations are then doing work with no funding, at least initially, and are waiting for the government to pay that funding at a later time. And I say in my statement, I just don't know why it's not like childcare, where, you know, you put your child into childcare and the childcare benefit is paid a week later or a week and a half later. You know, the government kicks in their share and you pay the rest. Like, I just don't know why it's not done instantaneous, which would enable providers to just have more surety and be able to provide better and certain care because they know how much money they've actually got.
Commissioners, if I could take the opportunity to tender both the document on the monitor presently and the earlier document.
Well, I'll take the one that's on the monitor immediately, and then I'll get the operator to go back to the other one so I've got its correct title. The home care package statement for Therese Ellis as at 31 August 2017 will be Exhibit 2.05. If the operator would please go back to the preceding statement. And the home care package budget level 4 for Therese Ellis, dated 8 August 2017, will be Exhibit 2/06.
May I also take the opportunity to formally tender the photograph, which is the document with ID number concluding in 0001.
Photograph of Ms Ellis and her mother will be Exhibit 2.07.
As the Commissioner pleases. Ms Ellis, you've touched on your concerns around the use of the dementia supplement and the client contribution, and indeed you raised those in your statement. Could I ask you to take the Commissioners to those concerns?
Yeah, so in relation to accessing the dementia supplement, we were told that required an assessment, that despite Mum already having a formal diagnosis of dementia, she required an assessment, a RUDIS assessment, to access that dementia supplement. That RUDIS assessment was going to cost $80, you know, I'm not aware of any other, maybe there is, but I'm not aware of any other government funding that requires a person who's applying for it to actually, you know, pay to have an assessment done to qualify for a government funding. I disputed the need to do that, and Mum was in hospital at one point around that point in time, and so I spoke with one of the nurses at the hospital and managed to get Mum assessed for free. But you know, I wonder whether there are other people out there who are just not applying for the dementia supplement because they don't want to have to pay that $80. But in addition to that, in fact, no one actually ever told us about the dementia supplement. I stumbled across a reference to the dementia supplement on the internet. So we have these service providers that, you know, are providing us with care that are supposed to sort of, you know, be experts in their field, had never mentioned a dementia supplement to me. It was simply me Googling or looking around at what other support was available that I stumbled across it and approached them about that dementia supplement.
Can I take you to what was happening in your life during this time whilst you were caring for your mother?
Yeah, so at this point in time, and like I said, the aged care system is really something that's happening behind a family in crisis. So I had a toddler, you know, during this time she was between 1 to 4 years of age, and I just returned to work part-time, 3 days a week. So, you know, in between work and caring for my 1/2/3 as she got older, year-old, you know, I was having to drag her along to doctor's appointments, and, you know, I would leave a doctor's appointment with Mum with 5 or 6 jobs that the doctor had left me to do. So I was juggling just multiple commitments left, right and centre, as well as trying to access the system for Mum and figure out how to best support her. It was a period of time that put a lot of pressure on me, on my partner. My daughter probably loved it. She still today talks about enjoying going to doctor's surgeries. So I'm at least grateful that she enjoyed running the halls of the hospital and the doctor's surgeries. But it certainly put a lot of pressure and created difficulty with me listening to doctors with my 2-3-year-old running around. It was never easy. You're juggling multiple balls when you're doing these sorts of things for another individual.
Did you get any assistance whilst you were juggling these various balls as you've described?
Initially, I didn't get any financial assistance.
I'm referring to really financial and more generally within the community.
I don't think that I really did get any assistance, and you know, I say in my statement that I think that more needs to be done for your informal care network. We don't need that measly $75 a week that is paid in a carer's allowance. Well, at least I guess I don't. What we need is a real support network, because it's hard. You know, you're going through the emotional difficulties of watching your loved one essentially move towards death. You're juggling all of these balls, and there's just nothing for the informal care network out there. And you know, I probably haven't offered a lot of ideas, but I think that there just needs to be more recognition, because the longer a person stays in the community, number one, it's better for them, but number two, it's also cheaper on the government to have people stay in the community being cared for by the informal care network than to go into a nursing home, which is much more expensive. So it seems like a win-win situation to provide better care. And of course, for me, that's what I wanted. I wanted Mum to stay not in a nursing home, but with me or in the community. I didn't want to put her in there. But all of these things were just acting to be straws on a camel's back to just make it so difficult. Now, I don't know, I'm not really 100% sure what it would look like. You know, I sort of talk about, you know, better options for some daycare facilities for older people that would give you a bit of a break and allow you to recharge. And you know, there's, I'm sure, many other ideas that people could come up with, but being a carer, an informal carer, is hard, and I think that there just needs to be a reflection of that in the system as well.
What were the consequences for you and your family in not receiving that type of support that you've described within the community?
You know, I think the in the end, you know, the consequences were that I had to essentially give up on Mum. I couldn't keep doing it. You know, it became so difficult that, and Mum's care was increasing, that it got to the point where I was unable to keep doing it, I think. And my partner certainly drew the line and said, I just can't keep doing this anymore. He was being the primary carer for my child during periods where I was, you know, where I would leave her with him, and take Mum to doctors by myself, etc. He was a shoulder to cry on. It was a lot of, you know, there was a lot of pressure on all of us.
Ms Ellis, could I ask you to tell the commissioners about your decision to put your mum into residential care?
Yeah, so we had Mum in respite care at Opal Aged Care in November, late October, early November. And at that point in time, Mum was having a lot of falls, and the saddest thing I think about this is that one of the reasons why I decided to start moving her towards permanency was because she would just walk up and down the house all day, and it was a constant falls risk. She had significant anxiety. She didn't really she thought she needed to go back to Sydney, where her mum / step grandmother lived, and that they would be wondering where she was, and she was just constantly anxious and walking up and down the house all day. I went over on a cruise for 10 days, and I started talking to Opal about having Mum there permanently. And I think respite care is also something that's really important to ensure that your carers are really recharged. During that period of time, and I go into, I guess, a lot of detail in my statement about that, but Mum got sick at one point in time. She was eventually diagnosed with pneumonia, and I saw her on one night, and she just started getting sick. And because she was down at North Lakes, which was about an hour away, I didn't see her again for about 5 days. And by that 5 days later, she was significantly ill, very, very ill. And apparently she was on antibiotics, but my partner actually took my 4-year-old out of the room because Mum looked so significantly ill at that point in time. She was lying on sheets that were stained with urine when I told them to get Mum out of bed, and I had spoken to them about, you know, why an ambulance hadn't been called. In any event, I took on board that maybe she'd had her nighttime tablets, and that's why she was looking so bad. And I asked my sister and brother to drop in and see her the next day. So my sister went there the next day, and she was even worse. We insisted that Mum had to go to hospital. Of course, what happened once Mum went to hospital is that the respite arrangement ceases under the current legislation. Someone is not allowed any leave from a respite situation, unlike if they're in permanent care, where you're allowed, I think, 63 days leave a year or something like that. Under respite, you're not allowed any leave. As a result of that, they basically, and I go through in detail in my statement, but they basically terminated her respite arrangement. Now, there's been a lot of back and forth about whether contractually, because we did have a contract, they were able to, in fact, terminate her respite agreement, but effectively they refused to have her back once she was discharged from hospital. She was in hospital on IV antibiotics, which she reacted really well to, and she was actually only in hospital for a period of 40 hours. So she went to hospital on Monday night. She was due to be discharged by Wednesday morning. They started arranging the discharge, and then I received a phone call from Opal Aged Care, essentially refusing to have her back. Now, I appreciate that I had been talking to them about permanency, and there were a number of factors why I couldn't enter into a permanent arrangement at that time. One of them being the emotional difficulty of giving up on my mum. There's one thing, having a rational brain, knowing that your mum needs to go into a nursing home and letting your heart take that next step. And if these people are providing that care, they need to have an understanding of that, because it's not a decision that I want to make for my mum, and all I'm doing is the best I can to make sure I make the right decision for her. But so I appreciate that was probably really frustrating for them, that I was just, umming and ahhing, and I understand that. But I'm sure that most families have an element of that with them. But in addition to that, we had not yet received an assessment from Centrelink as to what mum's contribution towards aged care would be. Mum still owns a home, and I was unsure whether that would be treated as her primary place of residence because she'd moved up with me, or whether it would be treated as another asset, and however it was treated could have made quite a dramatic difference on the contribution. I had these conversations with them, and this is a significant contract you're entering into for another person under a power of attorney. I felt it the right thing to do to get some financial advice, to wait for that Centrelink assessment so we actually knew what sort of contract we were entering into. And so they knew all of this that I was going through, and that I was thinking about when they refused to have mum back after just 40 hours worth of leave unless I signed a permanency agreement then and there. I think that was probably the hardest thing I have ever gone through my entire life, because, and I should say, because I felt blackmailed, I also was like, and their focus was so on money, I felt that was not the place I wanted my mum to be. But the result of that decision was that mum then became homeless. That month after that was probably the hardest period of my life, apart from when my father died, where I think I entered a state of depression and I would just randomly cry at periods of time. And I remember one morning when I'd got up and my partner was still in bed and I was getting my 4-year-old breakfast, I just started bawling my eyes out, and she's just looking at me going, "Mummy, what's wrong?" And I just couldn't quite talk, and she took me by the hand to my partner and said, "You tell Daddy what's wrong and he'll give you a hug." And so this emotion that I was feeling as a result of that decision affected everyone in my family. And I say in my statement, I understand that this is a peculiar set of circumstances. I've heard that from, my local member of parliament, from everyone else I've complained to, is this really a big deal? Because, how often is this situation going to come up? But this could translate into the everyday situation of, what if someone's over in Europe and they're having a well-deserved break, because we need breaks as carers, and all of a sudden, their person that they've put into respite back in Australia has gotten sick and gone to hospital and is all of a sudden homeless. And amazingly, when I mentioned that to my local member of parliament, or his secretary said to me, "Well, wouldn't you jump on a plane back from Europe?" I mean, that's just crazy. That's not possible. There just simply needs to be an ability to have breaks from respite to go into hospital. That should not terminate the respite arrangement. And I should say that Mum actually did go to hospital when she was on respite at the centre that she's now living in. Not once, and she was in hospital at that time for a week and a half. Not once did they ever ring me to mention to me, we're not now no longer getting paid, so you need to find other arrangements. Not once. Mum was in a double room at that place. It was kept open for her. We paid not a cent to have that room kept open. So, they could have done it if they wanted to, but there was a priority of money over my mum. But, the solution is that there just needs to be a legislative change to allow someone to take leave from respite for hospital admissions. Obviously, if someone's going to be in hospital for, the rest of the respite time, that might be a different thing, but conversations can be had with family. Oh, look, your mum's likely to be in hospital for another 2 weeks, so why don't we just terminate the respite agreement now? Or, conversations can be had around that. But it should not be the case that simply because you're in hospital, the respite terminates.
How's your mum going now?
Look, now mum lost a lot of weight as a result of that hospital admission. She's now a 2 assist.
What does that mean, Ms Ellis?
2 assist means that she has to have 2 people at any time to move her at all. And she's not allowed to be moved with just one person helping her up and down. And so she's got to be hoisted out of bed. She can't walk, and she's around 50 kilos at the moment. So she's lost significant amounts of weight. There's been there was some assessment or some suggestion that maybe that was a further decline in her dementia, that she couldn't walk. But I actually had her assessed when she was in hospital the second time. I said, look, I want to make sure there was no further stroke or, stuff like that. And the conclusion that they came to was that it was muscle dystrophy, is that the word, where your muscles, and that was the reason for her inability to walk. We've really tried to work with a physio to try and get her walking back, but it just hasn't worked because it's only happening once a week, and it's just not enough to get that back. And she's still now very much struggling to eat sufficiently in order to put on weight. So she's put on a little bit of weight, but not enough to really repair that. And I think that's a thing of dementia as well, that they no longer want to eat and they no longer recognise some foods that they used to like, and their appetites deteriorate. And so it's always a real struggle to try and get them to maintain weight. And it was something that we had to do the whole time Mum was with us.
Can I take you to the present day, March 2019? How are you and how's your family?
Look, I think, we're still really struggling to this day. Mum now lives over an hour from me. She lives closer to my sister, but to tell you the truth, her in circumstances where she's not even really there anymore. She's not interested in what I do. I should say that we're really lucky that Mum remembers all of us. every single one of us. And I know that's really unusual with dementia, but she knows exactly who we are when we walk in. And, you know, I'm grateful for that, because, you know, I hear the stories where, you know, they're not recognisable by their mum and how hard that is. My mum might not know what I do for a living or where I am in my life. Sometimes she forgets that I'm partnered even, you know, but she always remembers me, and she always remembers my daughter, and usually remembers my partner when she sees him face to face. May forget him if he's not in front of her, but so we're really lucky to have that. But it's exhausting, and you know, even having her in care in a nursing home, I'm not sure that it's actually easier, because, you know, I'm running around even more so when she was right next door. I'm worried that they're not feeding her enough, so I take her food every single time I go there. And, you know, I'm still, you know, making my own appointments for the GP to go and see the GP that's now attending upon her at the nursing home. So I'm still running around doing everything for her. It just creates real difficulty. And I think, you know, I also, I talked about in my statement, one of the things for carers, you know, I had to contact Centrelink, and I had to contact Department of Vet Affairs and Medicare and all of that. And each time I did those sorts of things, you were met with barriers, and it was several hours to contact Centrelink. It was several hours. You know, I even tried to contact Centrelink just the other day, and for 2 days their phone number was engaged. So, you know, there's these constant barriers that are within the Department of whatever it's called these days, that my life could just be made easier. I'm not ringing Medicare to change my mum's address for me. I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. And I just don't know why those little things that could change in the system don't happen to make our lives that bit easier. Because while I'm spending an hour at the Centrelink office, while I'm spending an hour at the Medicare office, while I'm doing those things, it's time away from my family, it's time away from my 4-year-old, it's time that my partner is being the primary carer, and it's time away from mum. So, you know, there's just those little things could just go such a long way to preserve my sanity, to make my life easier so I can focus on being a carer instead of focusing on the administrative stuff, you know. And, you know, it just, there's constant barriers that just come up within the system that makes it all so much difficult.
Thank you, Ms Ellis. Commissioners, that concludes my examination of this witness.
Thank you. Ms Ellis, when you were giving your evidence earlier, you referred to the transitional arrangements that occurred in relation to your mother in 2017, where she moved from being on the top of the list to somewhere in a national list. Did you ever get any correspondence from My Aged Care that explained that change and what was involved in the transition?
Not that I recall. I mean, I may have. I mean, I certainly knew that those changes were happening, but there was certainly never any clear explanation about how the list was going to be managed, and you know, certainly never any certainty of where on the list we were. In fact, when I rang My Aged Care to say, look, what's happening, we really need this level 4 package, they would say, we simply can't tell you where on the list it's, you know, being managed, and we can't give you any indication of where on the list you are.
On a different subject, you said that it would have assisted you had some daily respite care been available for your mother. There are some aged care facilities that offer things like a daily drop-in centre where the dementia sufferer and others can sit around, engage in activities that they want to be involved in. It may be quite simple things, but there are appropriate carers there, and that gives a break to the full-time carer. Is that the sort of thing that would have assisted you had it been available to you at the time?
Yeah, most definitely. And we tried to get mum in. Unfortunately, the care providers that we had in Caloundra did not have their own day respite facility. So they had tried to make some arrangements to access the Blue Care day respite facility. And I'm not 100% clear on what conversations took place between mum's care provider and the day respite centre, but it just seemed to be that it never eventuated. We could never get it to occur. There seemed to never be agreement there that mum would go along, and the arrangement just never happened. I was told at one point that people that are on a Blue Care package get priority over other people that are with a different provider. I don't know if that was part of the problem. I was not really privy to those conversations, but certainly we did try to get mum into one of those facilities, but completely without success. So we then got an extended carer on a Wednesday to stay with mum for 5 hours on a Wednesday, and to take her to bingo. We thought maybe mum might want to get into bingo. She had kind of gone to bingo a little bit when she was about 60 odd, and that just unfortunately didn't work. Mum returned home quite aggressive and didn't really know where she was, and it just unfortunately never worked out. But I mean, a day respite centre I think would have been great. I'm not sure whether, maybe there's just not enough spaces in the day respite, whether that's an issue. But like I said, we were just never really privy to why that never happened. They just couldn't seem to facilitate it.
You said that the first you had heard of the obtaining of a level 4 funding package came from the provider. Did anyone from My Aged Care subsequently advise you of the details of that change?
Certainly not. No, I mean, I would have got a letter, at a later point in time, but no one ever rung me.
So that your provider knew about it before you did?
Yes.
And on a similar topic, you spoke with feeling about the difficulties you've confronted in dealing with other Commonwealth agencies. My Aged Care was, I think, conceived as a one-stop shop, but your experience is that it isn't. Is that right?
It might be a phone directory where you can get telephone numbers for other services. It is by far a one-stop shop. It is anything but that. All that they can do when you ring them is say, hey, why don't you try ringing these people, or try that telephone number, or have a look on our website. That'll give you some availability, and then ring the service providers. There was never a circumstance that I contacted My Aged Care where it was a one-stop shop. It was always here's some telephone numbers for you to go off and do your own exploration. In fact, when you started inquiring with them as to the more complicated questions, such as when Mum was kicked out of Opal, My Aged Care were very cagey in being able to provide any information about how the system was supposed to work and the intricacies of the legislation. My experience with My Aged Care is that it's really just an operator assist type facility. They can direct you to places, but really nothing more than that.
I think, Commissioner, it may be that a number of these rehabilitation type projects are funded in the short term, not the longer term, and that may well be the part of the reason. And I do want to follow up this question of rehabilitation. In the 9 or subsequently 11 hours of home care, and indeed in the facility where your mother is now, are there rehabilitation services in that facility, and were they offered as part of the package, home care package?
So we were able to access physiotherapy as part of the package as well. I mean, that was, once a fortnight, and, charged at a higher rate from the package. It certainly, I wouldn't have classed it as going towards, rehabilitation as such. I think it was more, a bit of pain management, mostly for her broken neck. There just wasn't enough direct time with them. Once a fortnight was not sufficient for it to be a rehabilitation component. And I mean, even now, Mum is having physiotherapy once a week. And that's just not simply enough for rehabilitation. In the home that she's in at the moment, they do have a physiotherapist there, but of course, because Mum's been classified as a to assist, they're doing nothing more than giving her some little exercises while she's in bed. So again, it's probably management as opposed to any form of rehabilitation. I understand though that a physio there, because I hire a physio to go see Mum, so the physio that's seeing Mum at the moment every week is actually a privately funded one. I understand, I think, so they tell me the physio sees her maybe once a week, but does very little with her, just the in-bed exercises, and then an assistant of the physio does kind of go and have a bit more of a chat, and how are you feeling today? Terry, they call her Terry for short, and that sort of thing, but really doesn't do a lot more than that with her. So it's more, I think, maintenance as opposed to any sort of rehabilitative component, in my view. In fact, one of the reasons why I am paying privately, Mum's paying privately for a physio to come once a week, is because I know that's the only time that Mum actually stands up during the week. At no other point does her 2 feet touch the ground, and she stands upright, because their physio just simply won't do it because Mum's a to assist. And I have asked them to do that, and they won't, because she's a to assist.
You spoke quite eloquently about the burden that one of several children tends to bear, or sometimes bears, in watching out for their elderly relative. You didn't get in your evidence, though, as to how you see a stronger support for you as a carer operating, apart from around the respite issue. Can you talk to us about what you're looking for? Is it help with the coordination of the services, or what is it?
I guess I'm not really 100% sure. I mean, I think that removing barriers like, being able to change Mum's address with ease. And, I mentioned in my statement that literally the Department of Social Services at Caloundra, they all sit in a big open room like this. So Medicare is here, and, Centrelink is there, and yet I have to spend an hour, with at different occasions to be able to change Mum's address with each of them, because they won't just share information. So I think it's about time. It's about giving me back time that I'm losing with little things like that, I think. And I don't know. I mean, I think I did struggle to come up with ideas, but I think that it's probably something that a think tank could do. But I guess my point was that I thought it was very important, because you care for the carers are caring for the elderly don't go into a nursing home, they have a better quality of life, and it's cheaper for the government. So it just seems to be a win-win to provide that flow on, because I think that the carers are the best people to care. I know my mum. I know her intimately. I go there to the nursing home and they're giving her food she doesn't like and just trying to shove it in her face. I'm like, no, mum doesn't say, oh, I don't like fish. They're just still shoving it in her face anyway because she doesn't communicate now. It's the carers. We know her. We can communicate on her behalf.
Later on, and certainly we might ask the Department of Human Services about the addresses issue, because when the department was formed some years ago, facilitating address and other changes was part of the combination of the agencies. So we might follow that up, I think,
Thank
Council.
you, Commissioner.
Anything arising out of
Nothing
that?
arising, Commissioner.
Mr Henry, you have a statement to tender.
Yes, if I may, there's a statement, Commissioners, dated the 15th of March 2019. It was provided to the Commission in a redacted and unredacted form, and I'm informed through Ms Hill that Ms Ellis's content for the redactions to not go in other words, that the full document go in unredacted, and Opal Specialist Aged Care is content with that in those circumstances. So I tender that statement. Ms Hill said she has the document identification number, which she might read to benefit the transcript.
The document ID number to which Mr Henry refers to is RCD stop 0011 stop 0014 stop 0001.
Opal's response to the evidence of Ms Ellis dated the 15th of March 2019 will be Exhibit 2-08. Mr Henry, in the final paragraph you reserved your rights in respect of any further submissions. Do you still wish to preserve those rights?
The short answer is, if it's not inconvenient, is that something we could communicate with the Commission's staff this afternoon?
Yes, certainly, and I don't think you'll find any difficulty about getting leave to file a supplementary statement if there's significant issues that you simply have not yet had the opportunity to deal with.
Thank you. We obviously don't want to burden the Commission unnecessarily, but I'll take some instructions, and perhaps if we can communicate our position through the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. The Commission will adjourn until 2 o'clock.
On stand, the Royal Commission now adjourned to 2 p.m.
Silence on that. Please be seated.
It's on. Can you see?
Here's Dr. McAvoy.
Commissioner, I'd call witness BE. Operator, could you please bring up WIT 0087 0001 stop 0001. Now, witness, is this your statement? Do you wish to make any amendments to that statement? And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief? Commissioners, I would tender that statement, which bears, as I've said, document number WIT 0087 0001 0001.
The witness statement of BE dated 13 March 2019 will be Exhibit 2-09.
Ma'am, I'll refer to you during the course of your evidence as witness in the circumstances. I mean no disrespect by that, but that may be convenient. Could you indicate to the Commission which department of the Commonwealth for which you work? And could you indicate also what your APS level is? And could you give an indication as to what your daily role involves? Yeah. One of the points you address in paragraph 6 of your statement is the high turnover of staff. Could you perhaps explain a little bit more to the Commission what you mean by that? In paragraph 7 of your statement, you mention the answers that application forms require to an extensive list of questions, and you mention the 4 criteria: experience, management systems, understanding responsibilities, and financial management or proposed financial management. I wonder if you might briefly indicate to the Commission what each of those criteria is concerned with. What am I to do? Anything else in relation to any of those criteria, ma'am? Please.
May I interrupt there? I'm sorry to do this, but we've just been advised that sound has fallen off on the webcast, and we may need a short adjournment so that the problem can be rectified. The Commission will return as soon as we're advised that the problem's been fixed. We've been advised that it's not been possible to correct the lack of sound coming out of Canberra. The best that can be done is that the transcript of witness BE's evidence will be available on the Commission's website. If in the course of her evidence the problem is corrected, we will so advise everybody involved. Yes, Dr McAvoy.
Thank you, Commissioner. Operator, could you please bring up document CTH 0001.1000.3881. Shall I repeat that? CTH 0001.1000.3881. Oh, you have it. I'm sorry. Do you recognise that document, ma'am? I'll move on. I want to ask you about the process. Let me know if that document comes up. Do you see that document? Yes, and that document is the application document in effect that providers are required to complete. Is that correct? Yes. Commissioners, I'd seek to tender that application form document, which bears the number CTH 0001-1000-3881.
The application form for approval to provide aged care will be Exhibit 2-10.
Operator, could you please also bring up document CTH 0001-1000-3930. Do you need me to read that again, Operator? Read it. CTH 0001-1000-3930. A witness, while the operator attempts to bring that document up, here we go. Do you see that document, ma'am? And yes, and that document is in effect a set of guidance notes for applicants. Commissioners, I'd seek to tender that document as well. Guidance notes for applicants, CTH 0001 1000 3930.
Yes, the document entitled Guidance for Applicants Seeking Approval to Provide Aged Care will be Exhibit 2-11.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, witness, can I ask you about the guidance that officers are given when it comes to the assessment of applications? Well, just stopping you there, is it your evidence that in fact there's no actual program of training given to assessors? All right. In paragraph 12 of your statement, you deal with, or you start to deal with the way you go about making an assessment. Can you give the Commission an indication of how long it takes to complete an assessment of an approved provider application? Yes. So, you've said that takes about 2 weeks, I think, on average. How many applications are allocated to each staff member for review at any one time? Well, for assessment. Just put. So you say you would have 13 at any one time, and it normally takes you about 2 weeks to process the 13. So that means that there's effectively about 26 weeks' work for you at any one time. And so, how many staff carry out the function of assessing these applications for approval? Now, so in paragraph 14 of your statement, you say there's pressure not to allow any application to go over 90 days. That's correct? Yeah. How many, if any, applications would expire? In other words, go past the 90-day period? Well, just looking at yourself, is that number on the increase or on the decrease? In paragraph 16 of your statement, you observe that there are a variety of applicants, which include sophisticated providers and what you refer to as bottom feeder applicants.
I think that might be a different paragraph, Dr. McAvoy.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, paragraph 15. Do you see that? And what do you mean by that exactly? Yep. And what proportion of applications that you review, that is to say that you assess, would you regard as falling loosely within that category? So you would say 8 out of 10 that you look at fall into the bottom feeder category, would you? Now, when you say that's not based on your statistics, what do you mean by that qualifying? Well, just on that subject, ma'am, in paragraph 18 of your statement, you make the observation that you find some applications that have the same words in them, at times almost identical, and you make reference to consultants in the sector who you think are available to assist in making applications. Do you see that? To what extent would you say that you find those sorts of, if you like, pre-completed application forms, if that's an expression that you would be prepared to adopt? Can you give the Commission some specific examples or a specific example of the sort of thing you're talking about? Yes, that's right. So these sorts of, if you like, I think you've accepted my characterisation of what you've said as pre-completed application forms. These sorts of applications, would you say that they're routinely refused or routinely approved or neither, or what would you say about that? So do these sorts of applications take more time than applications that don't feature, if you like, pre-completed information? Can I take you to paragraph 23 of your statement? You make the observation there that in your view the home care reforms which took place in February 2017 have had devastating consequences to the quality of care available, particularly when the ASAR was removed for home care packages. And you say in particular that this created a free-for-all attitude amongst provider applicants and that they began to apply in unmanageable numbers for approval to provide home care. Can you just elaborate a bit about that and in particular what you mean by a free-for-all attitude amongst provider applicants? Can I take you to paragraph 26 of your statement? You make a reference there to having, in more recent times, got a lot of people we refer to as scheme hoppers. What do you mean by the use of that expression, scheme hoppers? So in paragraph 28, you talk about how there would have been applicants who slipped through, the words you used, slipped through with an approval before you realised, or your section, I take it you mean, realised that the consultants are out there. Why exactly would there have been people slipping through, in your view? In paragraph, there's no one to triage because, as you say in paragraph 29, your section was not and still is not staffed adequately to be able to devote the time needed to assess the volume of applications. You see that? Yeah, so that's in paragraph 29. And what you say in the second sentence of paragraph 29 is that you've raised this issue more times than you can count over the years and nothing changes. You see that? So can you tell me what it is you have done when you have raised this issue? How often have you raised it? To whom have you raised it? Can I ask you to what extent you're aware of whether an approved provider can in effect return its approval should it decide not to offer home care services having obtained approval? Commissioners, I have no further questions.
Just one question from me. I assume from what you have said that it's a lot easier for the assessor to come up with a positive assessment than a negative one, because if there is a negative one, then it's got to be written up fully as against the possibility of an AAT challenge. Is that right? Well, a related question is this. Given that you at the moment have, I think you said about 13 cases in your docket to be assessed, and you're taking an average of 2 weeks to deal with each of them, then the one at the bottom of the list is not going to be resolved for roughly 6 months. And in the meantime, presumably, once you've resolved the case at the top of your list, you get a new one. So you've got this constant burden. What I want to get a feel for is whether you are typical of the group of 6 that undertake these assessments. Would everybody have roughly the same workload and take the same amount of time to deal with individual cases? And does that mean she gets more work allocated to her docket? Yes. And has the point been reached where allocations stop because each of the 6 of you are overwhelmed? Thank you.
Thank you, witness. It's Linnell Briggs here. Just wanted to ask you if you feel that the range of providers that are being approved are in fact suitable for improvement. So are you? I'm really trying to understand whether the assessment process is working or is broken. Thank you. So that, in effect, implies that were the process to, in your words, be more efficient than you suggest, and people will be trained properly and more ongoing staff, then the department may well be better positioned to facilitate the growth in services that may well be imagined would align with the growth in the demographic of people needing care. Thank you.
Anything arising out of that, Dr McAvoy?
No, Commissioner.
Commissioner,
Yes, Mr Free.
just before the witness is excused, an application. Mr Free, I appear for the Commonwealth, which has been given leave to appear, and I'd seek leave to ask a short number of questions. I'd seek leave to ask a short number of questions of BE.
On what topic?
A couple of issues that have arisen in her evidence today, which aren't in her statement, and otherwise on going to the last sentence of paragraph 21 of her statement, in which she makes a reference to having a bad feeling about applications. I anticipate it will only be in a matter of 5 or 10 minutes, Commissioners.
Yes, well, you have leave.
Thank you, Commissioner. BE, my name is Mr Free. I appear for the Commonwealth. I just have a number of questions for you, beginning with at the end of paragraph 21 of your statement, you make reference to having a bad feeling on some occasions about particular applications. You recall that? Now, if you develop a bad feeling in the course of your assessment of an application, you take steps to investigate and assess to try and get to the bottom of whatever you have the bad feeling about. And you can discuss that with your supervisor and with the delegate if need be. And one of the options in that scenario is you can call the applicant, for example, if you want to test them verbally to see if they can verify what they might have said in writing. And depending on that response, you might issue them a request for information. Or on some occasions, you might go straight to issuing them a request for information if you've got a bad feeling about the application. So in that scenario, you made an assessment based on the criteria for approval that they satisfied the criteria. Is that right? Thank you. Now, you're not personally involved in the recruitment of new staff, including the hiring of contractors, are you? Thank you. And when a new assessor joins the team, they sit with either the director or the team leader and they're taken through a process of one-on-one training, is that right? Thank you. Nothing further, Commissioners.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Free. Anything arising
Nothing
from that,
further,
Dr.
Commissioner.
McAvoy?
Nothing further, Commissioner.
Yes. Ms. B, thank you very much for your evidence. We're most grateful to you for having made the statement and given the evidence today. There will be a short adjournment while the link to Canberra is broken.
All stand, Royal Commission is now adjourned.
Yes, Dr McAvoy.
Commissioner, I now wish to call Paul Michael Sadler, but my learned friend may wish to announce an appearance.
May it please the Commission, my name is Lloyd. I appear for Mr Sadler. I understand that leave has been granted, Commissioner.
Yes, that it has, Mr Lloyd, and thank you for announcing your appearance.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I'd call Paul Michael Sadler.
I swear by Almighty God
I swear by Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
will be the truth,
will be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
Operator, could you please call up WIT 0078 0001 0001. Mr Sadler, do you see that statement on the screen?
I do.
And is that the statement that you have prepared?
It is.
And do you wish to make any amendments to that statement?
No, I do not.
And are its contents true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Commissioners, I'd seek to tender that statement, which bears the number 0078 0001 0001.
The statement of Paul Michael Sadler, dated the 11th of March 2019, will be Exhibit 2-12.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Sadler, could you give the Commission your full name?
Paul Michael Sadler.
And your professional qualifications?
I am currently the CEO of Presbyterian Aged Care, and my professional qualifications include a Masters of Social Work.
And what experience have you had in the aged care sector, would you say?
So I've been working in the aged care sector for over 30 years in a range of roles, including as a social worker, including time with an aged care assessment team, working for the New South Wales Government, including managing the then Home and Community Care program for the New South Wales Government, working with Aged in Community Services in a peak body support and lobbying role, and now as CEO of an aged care provider.
And could you give the Commission a little bit of the history of Presbyterian Aged Care?
So Presbyterian Aged Care has existed since 1942, Commissioners. It was set up by the Presbyterian Church in New South Wales to provide care and accommodation for older people. And we do that with a commitment to excellence inspired by the life and teachings of the Lord Jesus Christ.
Now, it would be right to say, would it not, that as at the moment you're providing home care package services to something in the vicinity of 830 people?
Council, we are providing home care services, including Commonwealth Home support, to around 500 people, home care packages to about 130 people, and then also private paid services to the balance. And our total number of people receiving home care services from us is around 830 each week.
Yes. And could I have you, operator, please bring up document RCD 0011 0010 0017. Now, do you recognise that document, Mr Sadler?
I do. That is our current home care package fees schedule.
Commissioners, I'd seek to tender that document.
Yes, the Presbyterian Aged Care Home Care Services price list, effective on January the 1st, 2019, will be Exhibit 2-13.
I wonder, Mr Sadler, if you might just very briefly walk us through what that statement sets out.
So, Council, we show there two aspects. First is at the top of the page, the fees that are charged for the direct care services that we provide. I say fees, this is what's taken out of the home care package funding, which is, of course, as you rightly pointed out earlier today, it's the a mixture of both the client contribution and the government contribution, with the government contribution being by far the largest component of the funding. So we have there a different rate between our non-clinical care staff and our clinical care staff, which could be nursing or allied health professionals. In the second part, we identify the fees that are charged for case management and for administration costs.
Thank you. Can I jump forward a little bit and take you to one of the central issues in your statement, which is concerned with supply and distribution? And Operator, if you could go please to paragraphs 56 to 59 of Mr Sadler's statement. So you see there in paragraph 56, Mr Sadler, you talk about a gradual but inexorable erosion in the relative purchasing power of both HCP individual budgets and CHSP grants. Can I ask you in that context what quantum of funding for a level 4, what quantum of funding for a level 4 would have been delivered in 20 hours 2 decades ago?
So it would have been in the region of $30,000 to $35,000 back then, and we, at that point, it was common to provide around 20 hours of direct care.
And how has that position changed in substance? So
what you now have is somewhere around half that amount that is actually available to be provided in direct care. So I mentioned that commonly now a level 4 package might be providing 10 to 12 hours of direct care. And at paragraph 57, I cite information provided to me by Stuart Brown, where they indicate that there has been a decline between June 2015 and December 2018 across all levels of home care package in the total staff hours that are available to be purchased by the home care package funding.
Now, if you go back to about paragraphs 26 to 28 of your statement, so Operator, you might go back, that's page 6. You, it's page 6 and page 7, you make the observation that the creation of the national pool of home care packages has highlighted the length of the waiting list for packages, and that at the 30th of September last year, nearly 127,000 people were on the national waiting list. You see that?
I do.
So what do you say about the extent to which recent increases in package numbers might reduce the waiting list?
I thought it very interesting, Council, in your opening observations this morning that you pointed to the data which was released after I prepared my witness statement just late last week that showed the total number of active home care packages had actually fallen by 1,000 between that date that's in my witness statement of the 30th of September and the end of December. I think what we're seeing is the government attempting, understandably, to play a level of catch-up here. We've uncovered with the creation of the national waiting list evidence that we have 128,000 older people waiting for allocation of either the correct level of package or any level of home care package at all. And there's no question that the two announcements that you referred to this morning of 10,000 additional packages in December and another 10,000 in February will help. But there's also no question that those figures are quite small when you compare to a total waiting list of 128,000.
So how many more packages would you say need to be allocated to take up the shortfall?
I think it's arguable because obviously people move through the packages, so you don't necessarily need to create 128,000 packages to absorb the majority of that waiting list. But I would argue that you're probably going to be needing somewhere around 50,000 packages to actually absorb a waiting list of 128,000. And that, in effect, given we have 90,000 operational at the moment, means that you're going to need to increase resources by another 50%.
And what about high care packages? Would you say there's an adequate provision currently of those or not?
No, I would not say that the provision is currently adequate. And I note that in David Tune's legislative review report, he also recommended the creation of a home care package level 5, so a level above the current level 4 package. I think there's an argument for that, but it does pose the broader question of how much do we wish to support people to stay in their own home in the aged care system. Currently, our maximum payment is when you add the contribution from the client plus the dementia or veteran supplement, if you are eligible for it, you might be looking at around $66,000-$70,000 as a maximum amount of money available to support someone at home in aged care. If you look at the National Disability Insurance Scheme, we have packages of over $300,000 per person to support people to stay at home in the NDIS. So there's a quantum of difference between what is available in aged care and what is available in the disability system. I would argue that we absolutely need a higher level of funding available to help people stay in their own homes if that's their choice.
Now, you're familiar, of course, with the Tune review and the various recommendations. You've referred to several of them in your statement. It might be desirable, Operator, to bring up recommendation 12, if I can give you the reference RCD 9999 0011 0746. And perhaps if you could scroll down, Operator, to recommendation 12. You might be aware, while that's happening, Mr. Sadler, you might be aware that recommendation 12 is that the government should revise the naming and structure of fees to rename the basic daily fee as a basic care fee in home care, to require that providers charge the basic care fee in home care, to require that providers charge the income tested care fee in home care, to make the value of the basic care fee proportionate to the value of the home care package, retaining an upper limit relating to the value of the single aged pension. Are you familiar with that recommendation?
Indeed.
What would you say would be the impact of mandatory fees on consumers and, for that matter, on sustainability for care in the home?
Council, I suspect it would be positive for both the sustainability of the sector, but also for older people themselves to make the fees mandatory. As David Tune found in his review, we currently have a situation where not all providers do charge the basic daily fee, and in some instances not even the income tested fee. And the net effect of that is actually to reduce the available funds for the home care recipient in those circumstances. So they actually have less money available for their care. It's important to note that both David Tune's report and my position would be that you absolutely need to have a strong hardship provision if you make fees mandatory, because there will be circumstances where for various reasons older people are not in a position to pay the fee or a proportion of it. So you do need to have an appropriately managed mechanism for hardship applications.
Can I take you to the subject of My Aged Care and the way My Aged Care communicates with older Australians and their carers? And operator, this is at paragraph 18 of Mr Sadler's statement. Can I get you to indicate how, in your view, if it be so, My Aged Care has improved access to information?
Council, I believe that the creation of My Aged Care was absolutely an attempt to improve access to information compared to the previous arrangements that existed under the former Home and Community Care program and the Commonwealth Carelink Centres, which I refer to in 18 and 19 of my witness statement, paragraphs 18 and 19. What I would say is that it's only been a partially realised improvement, and in paragraph 20 I go through a number of areas of additional improvement to the My Aged Care system which will help it achieve its identified goal of making it a simpler entry system for older people.
Yes, so you say you list a series of things there in paragraph 20. I want to take you to your paragraph 20B, that is in relation to the simplification of letters sent to older Australians seeking to access the My Aged Care system. What would your observation be about the letters that are being sent, and what improvements might be made to them?
So, Council, at the moment, when you are first assessed as eligible for a home care package, you will receive a letter from My Aged Care that advises you that you have been basically approved for care and what level of care you've been approved for. There will then be a subsequent letter that you receive at the time when your care package is actually available for you to take up because you've reached the top of the national prioritisation queue. In both cases, the experience that I have, including personal experience with my mother who was on the receiving end of these letters, is that they're written in a very bureaucratic manner and are actually quite difficult for older people, particularly people who might have English as a second language or might have dementia, to really grasp what they are about. The Department of Health is well aware of this and has certainly conducted consumer surveys and has been working with the National Aged Care Alliance and others to try and improve the letters that are sent, make them simple to understand, but I think we've still got a way to go to achieve that.
Well, perhaps it might be constructive, Mr Sadler, if we look at one of those letters. I'm going to ask you, operator, to bring up a document. It's KWH 9999 0001 0006.
While that's being done, was it your intention to tender recommendation 12 of the Tune review?
I think we have already tendered the entirety of the report, Commissioner. The number is RCD 9999 0011 0746. So unless you would like me to...
No, if it's already in evidence, I don't
Thank you, Commissioner.
require you to do it again.
Yes, now, Mr Sadler, can I direct your attention to the page you see there on the screen? That's a letter dated the 6th of November 2017 to Mr Leslie Warriner that is already in evidence before the Royal Commission, and indeed Mr Warriner's wife has given evidence to the Commission. So can I just ask you to cast your eyes over that first page? That's really the only page I want to take you to on this question of whether letters are unduly complicated.
Yes.
Do you want to make any observations about whether there might be room for improvement in that letter, and if so, what that might look like?
I'd particularly draw your attention, Council and Commissioners, to the very last paragraph on the page, which is the one that we often find people very confused about, which is where it says you will not be able to access Australian government subsidised home care services until you've been assigned a package. So this letter is in effect for home care, that first of the two-stage letters that I referred to earlier. So it's the one that kind of advises you that you are have been approved by the aged care assessment team, but it doesn't assign you a package yet. So what we often find is that people don't understand that difference. What does it mean? And even just the language assign is not necessarily a very straightforward word. You know, what does it mean in the context of an aged care approval? The other thing that is often the case is people also get confused when they've been approved for multiple different levels of care, as this person has. So Mr Warren has actually got 3 approvals in the one letter, which can also cause a level of confusion.
If I take you to about point 6 of the page, point 7 of the page, there's the heading home care.
Yes.
And it's apparent that he's been approved for home care package level 3. Can I direct your attention to the dot point or the diamond point after that? Your priority for home care service is medium. You will be placed on the national queue for access to home care and will be notified when a home care package is assigned to you. Do you see that?
I do.
So that is saying, in effect, is it, that as at the 6th of November 2017, the date of the letter, he's in the queue and he will be informed when he can actually have, start accessing the level 3 home care package. Is that right?
That's correct.
Operator, can I now ask you to bring up the next letter to Mr Warriner, which is KWH 9999.0001.0004. Could I ask you to take a moment, Mr Sadler, to read that? You'll see that that's a letter to Mr Warriner dated the 21st of March 2018. So it is some 4 or 5 months after the 6th November letter that I took you to a moment ago.
Yes.
Now, it's apparent from the first paragraph that this letter is saying to Mr Warriner that he's moved up the queue since November, and that it is now expected that he may be assigned his home care package in about 3 months. So that would be by June of 2018.
Correct.
Do you want to make any comment about the structure and language of what's communicated to Mr Warriner on that page?
I think it's worth noting that the second paragraph, if you tell us you don't want to receive a package yet so someone else can use it, it's interesting in the logic that that's the first thing they ask you to consider. So I personally would have thought that's the bottom of the page, not the top of the page, in terms of a piece of information. If a person's applied for a package, you would assume they wish to continue on it unless otherwise informed, but the way the letter's structured, it comes first.
Can I direct your attention also to the heading at the top of the page, just underneath the address, get ready to receive your Australian government subsidised home care package.
Yep.
What would you say it might be reasonable for Mr Warriner to expect on the basis of that assertion?
I would assume he's expecting, when he reads that as the opening description of the letter, that he's about to commence on the package imminently.
Or at least, if he reads further...
Within 3 months.
Within 3 months. Operator, I'm going to ask you to bring up the next letter to Mr Warriner. It's KWH 9999.0001.0001. I might ask you to take a moment, Mr Sadler, to read that letter.
Yes.
Now, I won't ask you to do this, operator, but I can tell you, Mr Sadler, that at the end of that letter on page 3, under the name Secretary Department of Health, that letter is dated the 5th of February 2019. So the first observation to be made is that that has come almost 12 months, about 11 months, after the 21 March 2018 letter. Is that uncommon in your experience?
Far from it. It's quite common. The other thing that you immediately notice is the first paragraph, you've been assigned a level 2 home care package when it was approved for a level 3. And as we can see from the statistics released by the department last week, that's a very common outcome, that people get assigned a package lower than their actual need was assessed at.
Do you wish to make any other observation about that page?
I think it reinforces a point that I made in my witness statement, which is once you are up and running in the system, you've been assigned a package, you have 56 days, as it says in the kind of description at the top there, to enter into the agreement. This assumes that people can do this fairly independently. If they're struggling for reasons of language, dementia, other reasons, then obviously family carers are needing to assist, or alternatively the person might need specialist help, e.g. from a cultural, linguistically, ethnic support group or whatever to actually access. This is an area that when the home care national pool was created, there was not an investment immediately in a consumer support structure to actually support people to navigate through this complex system. And we've groups like the National Aged Care Alliance have been advocating that there should be such a system put in place, and it is encouraging to see that the government has now started some trials of system navigators to support people who will need assistance to actually enter the system.
Operator, could I ask you to go to the next page of that letter that you have on the screen? And Mr Sadler, if I can just ask you to scan that page.
Yes.
Now, you've of course made some observations about the need for simplifying letters. Is there anything on that page that you would wish to emphasise in that respect?
I think one of the key things is there's a lot of information for people to take on board in the letter. You're already up to page 2 of a 3-page letter, as you mentioned. The other thing is the referral code, which is blanked out there 2/3 of the way down the page. That's your key to get into the system. And what we find is often people have not picked up the importance of that code, so they start approaching aged care providers and they don't actually provide that code, and then the provider cannot pick up the information about them from the My Aged Care system. So it can delay the process if people don't realise the importance of that referral code.
And operator, could you please go to the next page, page 3 of the letter? Now you'll see there, as I indicated to you earlier and as you accepted, Mr Sadler, the letter's dated the 5th of February 2019. There's further information on that page 3. Would you make any comment about that information from the vantage point of simplification?
I think that information in and of itself is relatively straightforward, but it's, I guess, a question of, third page of a letter. Will an older person, again with a language problem or with dementia, be able to take it in?
Well, one of the things you say, Mr Sadler, in paragraph 20, one of the other things you say in paragraph 20 is that it's necessary to make the online environment, that is to say the My Aged Care online system, I take you to mean, more user-friendly because it can be complex to use. Do you want to just expand a little bit on that and what you think might be done in that respect?
Certainly. That comment refers to 2 parts. The first is the experience for consumers and families trying to find their way into the aged care system, and it's certainly something the Department of Health has been well aware of and has been working to simplify and improve the information available via My Aged Care. However, it's still often difficult for people to work their way around the My Aged Care website to be able to do searches for services. The other aspect is it's often complex for us as provider organisations to use the system as well. And in order for the system to work well, it's really important that the providers can update their information in a simple manner, have it actually communicating the key issues about their own services. And our experience has been at the provider end as well as the consumer end that there can be difficulties with that.
One of the other points you make is in 20E, and you may have touched upon this, but you talk about the possible improvement of the system by removing all duplication of assessment processes. I wanted to ask you what separate purposes do RAS and ACAT assessments serve and whether there might be some utility in keeping them separate.
At the moment, the Regional Assessment Services, RAS, are assessing for Commonwealth Home Support Services, and the aged care assessment teams assess for home care packages and residential aged care. With the introduction of the My Aged Care system, they have moved on to a common platform. So you mentioned this morning, Council, the National Screening Assessment Form, which is a common form which is used by both the RAS assessors and the ACAT assessors. However, I would argue that at the moment the fact you have 2 different assessment teams is in and of itself causing a level of duplication of assessment. So if you're an older person who is receiving a Commonwealth Home Support service, and Mr Warren is a classic example of that. On that page 3 that's still up, he's receiving CHSP services while he's being assigned a home care package. That means he's already gone through 2 assessments. He's been through an assessment by the Regional Assessment Service, and he's been assessed by the aged care assessment team. It's the intention of the government to look at merging the 2 workforces, and I would support that intention, because I think it will streamline the system even further if older people do not have to go through separate assessment processes.
Well, just continuing a bit with the assessment process, and I suppose the funding or the nature of the funding tool, you would agree with me, I think, wouldn't you, that if, say, your needs are somewhere between a level 2 and a level 3, then you have a choice in effect of either being underfunded at level 2, or you have to wait to get reassessed and get the additional amount. I think it's about $15,000 on level 3. You'd agree with that?
I would agree.
And does that suggest that the home care package funding tool is too rigid, or is it reflective of some other problem, would you say?
At page 50, paragraph 54 of my evidence, I actually refer exactly to the issue that you're asking about, Council, which is, in that context, Commissioners, it was referring to the tendency for unspent funds to accumulate as one of the consequences of these rigid 4 levels. But I point out that we've just been through a process with Wollongong University to look at creation of a new assessment tool for residential aged care funding, which is now before the government, and the government has agreed to trial the Australian National Aged Care Classification. And that is assigning people through the assessment process to a more granular level of funding. So the 4 bands was actually something that the Wollongong Uni looked at for residential aged care, and found that it created too many gaps, exactly as your question actually posed. And their recommendation was, in terms of residential care, to look at a system that actually assigned more closely to the needs of the person and matched the level of funding that they actually have. I would note that the work that Wollongong University has undertaken was specific to the residential aged care context, and so they would be, I think, the first to say that an additional piece of work would be required to create a home care classification tool of a similar nature.
Can I just take you back to something we were talking about a little earlier in connection with the My Aged Care service? You'll be aware, I think, that COTA has recently announced sponsorship of system navigators, taking up something from the tune, one of the tune recommendations, recommendation 23. Are you aware of what that involves?
I am aware at a general level. I'm not the expert that Ian Yates would have been on that topic.
Yes. And what's your understanding about how the current call centre and the website might be improved upon as a part of that initiative?
So my understanding is that the trials of system navigators are looking at some different models which will pick up the differences between the different groups that actually have difficulty accessing My Aged Care. So in some instances, they're going to be trialling basically place-based support, so actually creating a physical presence in regions where people can access information about how to access services. They're also trialling a model which includes support via particular communities. So that will be particularly the case for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, and also cultural and linguistically diverse groups. So that could be funding of a support mechanism via for example, a called specific service provider. And then the third model they're looking at is actually specialist support worker model, which I think is the model that they're particularly going to use in areas like homelessness.
Can I turn then to the issue of pricing and transparency, which you deal with at about paragraph 27 of your statement. It might be desirable to go to paragraph 27, operator. Now, of course, recommendations 11 and 17 of the Tune Review are relevant here, Mr Sadler, as you'd be aware. Can I ask you what you see as being the impact of the current exercise in pricing transparency for your organisation, but also for the sector more generally?
Certainly. So the government worked with myself and a range of other bodies, both consumer bodies and provider representative bodies, to look at how to set up a new schedule for pricing transparency. So if you take the price list that we looked at earlier for Presbyterian aged care, it would capture some of the same components of that, but it's going a bit further. So it's attempting to identify 5 very common types of service which are provided under a home care package, and ask the provider to nominate its price for each of those service types so that you can get a direct comparison of types of service. It's also deconstructing the administration fee, so it's actually removing the concept of an administration fee per se and asking you to look at what they're calling package administration, which is a different concept and restricts the areas of administration to things like scheduling for the package. But there's also then still a case management component that could be priced and provided separately. One of the implications for providers such as Presbyterian Aged Care is that we will have to go back, and by the end of June, we'll have had to establish prices linked to those new components of the pricing transparency and make sure they're published by the 1st of July.
Can I take you, Mr Sadler, to paragraph 33 of your statement, where you make the observation that in the lead up to and since the move to create the home care package marketplace in February 2017, the department has roughly doubled the number of approved providers of home care. And you make the observation that the Quality Commission will therefore need to ensure that all providers are complying with the relevant standards. How effective would you say that the new Commission has been in relation to its compliance activities?
I guess I would observe, obviously, in defence of the new Commission, they've only existed since the 1st of January this year, so it's a very short time to judge them compared to the previous quality agency arrangements. In terms of where it's up to, my understanding is that the former quality agency and now the Quality and Safety Commission are applying a triage approach to how they look at the new approved providers that are approved by the Department of Health. So, for example, if you're a provider who has no history in aged care provision or in a similar field like the National Disability Insurance Scheme, you would be assessed quite quickly by the Quality and Safety Commission in terms of either a self-assessment or potentially a visit by the Quality and Safety Commission staff. If you're a provider of Commonwealth Home Support and you've applied to become a home care provider, so it's the first time you're being registered under the Aged Care Act, you're probably not as significantly a risk because you've been operating in the home support space already. And if you're a residential aged care provider who's applying for the first time, even though you might not be familiar with home care standards, you're also deemed less of a risk if there's been a good track record of compliance with the residential care standards over that period of time. So the Quality and Safety Commission is undertaking some triaging, is my understanding. It's also true, though, that the Quality and Safety Commission is behind in its regime of assessing quality reviews. And that is one of the reasons in paragraph 34 that the government announced additional resources to support both the approved provider registration components through the Department of Health, but also the quality review components through the Quality and Safety Commission.
In paragraph 36 of your statement, Mr Sadler, you refer to the Productivity Commission report and you make the observation that, referring to that report, that home care and home support services are more likely to fail to meet all home care standards, 12% in 17-18, than their counterparts in residential care, where the comparable figure was 5%. I wanted to ask you why it is, in your view, that home care support services are more likely to fail to that extent than residential care providers.
I think one of the reasons is that the former Home and Community Care Program, which is now part of the Commonwealth Home Support Program, had an approach to quality assessment which was very different from the approach that is now taken, for example, by the Quality and Safety Commission in terms of home care standard compliance. Secondly, many of the former Home and Community Care, now CHSP services, are voluntary managed organisations like Meals on Wheels, Neighbour Aid, social support services that are community based but not necessarily got the level of sophistication in terms of regulatory compliance and bookkeeping. Council, in your opening remarks today, you talked about the fact that the Quality and Safety Commission, when Janet Anderson presented, did talk about the fact that regulatory compliance was the number one failing that is found in the current home care standards, and that's reflective of this issue, that it's often the bookwork and the record keeping that catches up many of the voluntary managed sector.
Can I turn, Mr Sadler, to the issue of mandatory reporting? You deal with your work in relation to elder abuse at paragraph 40. It might be desirable, Operator, to go to paragraph 40 of Mr Sadler's statement. Now, you were the author, you say there, of the AXA Elder Abuse Position Statement, November 2016. That's correct?
Co-author, yes.
Co-author. Operator, could you please bring up RCD .0011, .0010, .0001? Is that the AXA elder abuse position paper?
It is.
Commissioners, I'd seek to tender that document.
Yes, the elder abuse ACSA position paper dated November 2016 will be Exhibit 2-14.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now, in paragraph 42 of your statement, Operator, if you go back to 42 and perhaps have pages 8 and 9 up on the screen, you make the observation that it's important that alleged crimes are reported to the police, including elder abuse that is or may be a crime. Is it your view that there should be some sort of mandatory reporting obligation of elder abuse on personal care attendants and others?
It's my view that if the abuse is being perpetrated by family members, neighbours or so forth, it would not be helpful for mandatory reporting to apply. My reasons for that stepped out in 43 to 46, and I guess to sum them up, it is that elder abuse captures a wide range of conduct, not all of which is criminal conduct. Secondly, where there are regulatory levers, they're actually available at the state and territory level, not at the Commonwealth level. So things like guardianship, policing, criminal justice, that apply in cases of physical abuse, sexual assault and the like, are actually held by the states rather than the Commonwealth government. Thirdly, if we were, which I go to in paragraph 46, to include reporting of elder abuse committed by a family member into the proposed serious incident reporting scheme that the Australian Law Reform Commission has recommended, we would run the risk of providing a lot of additional reports, but not to an agency that could actually deal with them, because the federal government and it's anticipated that the Serious Incident Reporting Scheme will be administered by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission in the future. It really wouldn't be in a position to investigate what is being perpetrated by family members or other people who aren't paid staff members or volunteers of a home care service provider.
And do you have particular views about how that problem might be addressed?
So in terms of the cases where it is family members who might be perpetrating the abuse, I would certainly recommend that aged care service providers have very clear policies and procedures in place, and that is now a requirement under the new aged care standards that will come into place on the 1st of July. As part of that, that should include the staff members reporting to within the service provider any concerns they have about abuse or neglect that they might suspect could be happening in the home. And at that point, there's the capacity to link in, for example, with elder abuse helplines that are run by the states and territories, and also obviously where there's concerns it's a crime, as per paragraph 42 of my witness statement, to report that directly to the police. I guess it's the additional reporting burden and bureaucracy of making family-based abuse a mandatory reporting exercise at the Commonwealth level that I can't see that will help us.
Can I take you to paragraph 49 of your statement, Mr Sadler, where you deal with the issue of interest generated on unspent funds? You recall that I touched upon that this morning in my opening remarks, and you say there that interest generated on unspent funds is not included in the amounts to be returned to the government and consumers when the consumer leaves a home care package. And you say that your organisation and other not-for-profit organisations use the interest generated to support the provision of aged care services. How is it exactly that Presbyterian aged care uses that interest to support the provision of aged care services?
Certainly. So we provided some information to the Royal Commission commissioners that indicated that the amount of interest based on our most recent year of holding the funds on behalf of our home care package consumers amounted to about $21,400 over that year. And that interest amount that we've raised from the home care package fees that we're holding unspent funds is basically part of our general interest income, which we use to support all of our aged care service operations. So it could include home care, CHSP, it could include residential aged care or other services that we're providing as a not-for-profit organisation.
So in paragraph 50, if you go to paragraph 50, operator, you refer to the fact that the Aged Care Financing Authority reported at the end of June 2017 that those providers who had submitted their financial reports to the department reported unspent funds totalling around $329 million. And that this equated to holding average unspent funds per consumer of about $4,600, which was an increase of about 26% from the unspent funds balance per consumer in the preceding 12-month period. Are you able to indicate why, in your view, there is this level of accumulation?
Certainly. So in paragraph 52, I go through what I identify as 4 main contributing factors. The first is obviously that there can be a contingency amount that is being put aside for the proverbial rainy day when the consumer might become ill or need additional services for a short period of time on top of their usual regular service provision. Secondly, the consumer might be planning a larger expense, could be a period of respite, it could be a period, a need for aids or equipment purchase. Thirdly, you've got the situation where the consumer's been accurately assessed, so their level of service that they've been allocated, level of package they've been allocated is correct in terms of their assessed need, but for whatever reason they choose not to take up the full suite of services. And in my experience, it's not uncommon that that is particularly around clinical care services like nursing. And the final reason is where the assessed level of home care package is actually higher than their needs really are. So for whatever reason, there's been a mismatch between the ACAT assessed level and the level of care that is actually needed by the recipient.
Does Presbyterian Aged Care encourage its clients or some of its clients to accumulate for a rainy day, as it were?
Look, we do, where we believe that will be in the interests of the older person, and we absolutely agree that holding a contingency amount or an amount for a planned purchase makes a lot of sense, and the flexibility of the individual budget actually supports that.
Commissioners, I don't have any further questions for Mr Sadler.
Mr Sadler, it's hard for, I think, so we've been told, for elderly people and their families to understand why they're given a lower level of package that doesn't accord to, doesn't match their assessed need. Do you want to comment on the, what's the word for this, the appropriateness or the signals that provides to elderly people and their families?
I'm happy to comment. I'm not sure I've got to the easy solution because it's obviously partly a function of a resource-constrained environment. So the older people are often receiving Commonwealth Home Support Services even before they get any level of package, but they've had a higher level of need that might have developed over time. And then in our resource-constrained environment, we try and prop them up for as long as possible with CHSP services. Then, because the largest number of packages are available at level 2, and that's the history of Commonwealth, the old community aged care packages that were the largest component of the system, basically continuing to be the majority of all of the packages that are available, it often means that the first resource that comes available for somebody is a level 2 package, when in fact they might have a level 3 or a level 4 need, but the number of packages at those higher levels are much lower than the number at level 2. I can see from the point of view of the system as a whole why it's important to get some care to people. It doesn't make sense to have people getting nothing at all. But it does have its own complications. For example, if the person really has quite high level needs, for example, they might need 2 people to help them with personal care in order to get them out of bed or to shower them or whatever, because they've got particularly complex needs. If you can only provide them with a level 2 package or some CHSP funding for a period of time, we're not meeting those people's needs properly. And that is a message that I think is one of the reasons you see the level of concern about the home care package waiting list. People know they're not getting what they need.
There's been some discussion before the Royal Commission about how priority is determined in the allocation of spaces through My Aged Care in this national system. And we've heard various suggestions that might be according to the fragility of the carer or something like that. To what extent does priority relate to the care needs of the individual?
My understanding is that the intention of the government is it's kept to as few people as possible that are allocated to high priority by the aged care assessment team. And part of the reason for that is that if you're setting up a waiting list process, a queue, you don't want most of the people jumping the queue because the queue simply won't work. So the way I've had it explained to me by people in the department that the queue is meant to operate is effectively like two queues. One's moving slightly faster than the other one. The reasons that an aged care assessment team might assess people to actually be on the faster queue, the high priority queue, can include where the family carer has had their own health crisis or, is otherwise unable to continue to provide the care. And so that person really needs, the care to be assigned very quickly. But I do believe that the person's own level of disability, which could have been acquired suddenly through a stroke or something like that, will also be considered as a factor in terms of whether they'll be on the high priority queue.
The challenge, isn't it? We have a national system, but there's not a lot of transparency about how it works.
I'm all for increasing the transparency, and through the witness statement I've made comments at a number of points about ways in which we could improve the transparency of the system, I believe, going forward. It's certainly true that as a community we should have an expectation that we understand how the system operates, and as an individual consumer you need to know where you are. It simply doesn't work if you receive a letter that says you're about 3 months from receiving service and in fact it's another 9 months or 12 months before you actually do. Something's not working properly when that happens.
Are you confident that the national system of allocating care packages is regionally equitable?
Confident would be too strong a word. The evidence that is coming through in the data reports that are being released by the Department of Health do indicate that there are allocations going to all regions across Australia. It gets a little more difficult to know what the impact is at a lower level than the Department of Health's planning regions. And so in my witness statement, I've made comments about the importance of having an alternative approach for really remote service provision or into Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander communities. In those sorts of circumstances, you need a confidence that there is a service infrastructure there, which presumably needs a level of block funding or guaranteed funding to ensure that you actually have the service to be provided when that person finally gets onto the home care package queue or the end of it. For example, if you're in a really remote area, you might only have one person allocated every 2, 3, 4 years into your region. You've got to have the service infrastructure there to actually be able to provide that service. So both myself and people like the National Aged Care Alliance have argued that we need a different approach for regional and remote Australia. And potentially for specialist groups like homeless people, Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander communities, which looks much more like block funding than the current allocation formula.
Thank you.
Anything arising, Dr. McAvoy?
Nothing arising, Commissioner.
Mr. Sadler, we're indebted to you for your measured and considered views about the difficulties that are involved in the funding and the application of the system that we're grappling with, and your views will be of great value to us when we come to write our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Unless there are any other matters, the Commission will adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
No other matters, Commissioner.
All rise, the Royal Commission now adjourned until 10 a.m. on the 19th of March.